Alrighty, and we're live. Wait, the camera's over there. What's up, everybody? All right, let me just make sure it is functioning correctly. Still hasn't. So I see there's a bunch of people who are waiting, but I haven't seen it on my end yet. So if you're here, just leave a comment in there. There we go. Okay, just popping up now. Cool. All right, it's popping up now. So it works. What is up, everybody? Welcome, Squad, and welcome to Slav and our coverage of Virtual SHOT Show 2021. And we have a bunch of people here. I already see Alex. Alex, hello, buddy. He's our little friend to the north. So yeah, awesome. So we're gonna give it a couple of minutes as YouTube sends out the notifications to everybody. And we are going to get started. And guys, I promise you, this will be exciting. And it is not going to go 8 hours like our election live stream did.
Yeah, it was kind of harsh that night.
That was. Yes, it was. So I know I said that in the beginning we were going to be streaming it to Facebook as well. However, I've been censored on Facebook and I cannot stream on Facebook. So this is just strictly on YouTube, and we're also streaming it to my website, slavguns.com, and then there's a tab there, and actually I'll show you guys. Ta-da! There we go. So click on SHOT Show 2021, and you'll be able to follow along there as well. All right, so we have about 12 people here now. It's been about 2 minutes. So we are, I guess, let's roll. So yay. All righty. Let me get my notes. So everybody, welcome everybody. I'm glad to have you here. And I am joined with Derek, Mr. Northwest Guns. Say hello.
How's it going, everybody? Sorry, I was just bringing up the chat.
And we were both really looking forward to going to Vegas, so we're making up for it by hanging out online and drinking from home instead of drinking at a bar in Vegas somewhere.
Yeah.
Although today's Tuesday, so Tuesday is the first official day of SHOT Show. Monday we had Media Day. So what is it that we're doing, and why are we doing it? So we're going to do a more or less like a virtual SHOT Show. So usually right about this time, I would be going to SHOT Show. I had meetings scheduled, would be going booth to booth. And there's a couple of people who are in the chat who were there last year and saw my calendar where we had 25 or 30 meetings scheduled, where we literally were walking, let me rephrase that, rushing from booth to booth to get the appointments in. So we can meet with the company, so we can look at the products. And unfortunately this year, SHOT Show was canceled, so we're not able to do that. There is a virtual SHOT Show. So I'll bring it up. I'll show you guys what is available right now. But the idea was, well, hey, you know what? If we can't be in Vegas, why not do a little bit more of a hybrid event and show you guys typically the work that I would be doing in Vegas right now. And more importantly, there are a lot of companies in the industry who don't generally get to attend Vegas because it's a little bit expensive. And what I wanted to do is kind of get those companies involved as well. So over the next couple of days, we'll be seeing and talking about some of those companies. So
yes, we will.
That's why we're doing it. And honestly, I'm going to apologize a little bit up front. It's an awesome idea, and I think the execution could have been like, I would love to do, let's say, 4 days of actual live streaming of like 8 or 9 hours a day that we'd typically be doing. But this whole idea is only 4 days old, because as of about 2 weeks ago, Derek, myself, and I think somebody else, actually, he didn't give us a firm definitive no that he was not going. But even after finding out that SHOT Show was canceled in the beginning of December, we still had the idea that, hey, you know what? We have the hotels, we have the airfare booked. Yes. We're just going to go to Vegas anyway, and we're going to go tour a lot of the companies who are in Nevada, Arizona, and Utah, around that area. And then we're going to get together with another buddy of ours who's out there, and we're actually just going to go shoot in the desert and get a lot of content in place. But then I guess it was 2 weeks now or a week and a half ago, we basically just like finally said, okay, you know what? We should probably just postpone that, right?
Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. Due to everything that's going on and everything. So I figure that's like you said, we put this together in 4 days. So
yeah. So we do. So I emailed out a lot of the contacts that we would be originally meeting with, and I do have about 10 or 15 companies who are like yes, and some of them are on the calendar. So we are going to have 2 companies today at 5 o'clock. We're going to be joined by Mark from Ruger, and then at 6 o'clock we are going to be joined by John from Tract Optics, and we'll kind of go through there. So again, apologies for the short notice. I think maybe a little bit later we'll actually kind of have more companies pop on, but we do have 2 on the books for tomorrow, and there's a lot more who are interested for Thursday, so we will do that. Quick reminder, I do have the giveaway that is live right now, which is the January's giveaways for the Element Helix optic, the new front focal plane Helix. And just go in my videos, you'll see a link to it. And actually, Karchark, if you can drop the link in the chat or in the comments, that would be really appreciated. Love you, buddy. So that's that. So we do have about 30 minutes before Mark is going to join us. Mm-hmm. So 2 things I want to discuss. Number 1 is the censorship. And this is as political as it's going to get today. The censorship that we're seeing in the gun community and what we're doing about it. And then we do have a list of new stuff that was just released over the last couple of days and some that was announced literally 20 minutes ago. And we'll talk about that as well. So number 1, this was supposed to be on Facebook as well, but I did get censored on there. About over the weekend, I believe it was Saturday night into Sunday night, what Facebook did was they took a lot of the influencers and gun rights people who were more active in the groups, and they restricted our ability to start new groups, post new events, and even comment in posts. And then along the same lines, I was also restricted from streaming any events to either of the pages. So that's why this is not on there. What we're doing about it. So I put a video up yesterday titled Big Announcement. And so going forward, I do have a profile page on MeWe.com, and there's a link in the description, as well as all of the videos are right now on Odyssey.com. And I shall show you. So Odyssey is a new video streaming platform. So Odyssey is a new video streaming platform which was built on decentralized storage, along with it's built on the blockchain technology that Bitcoin is built off of. So you cannot get censored on Odyssey. The exception is if you're literally stealing somebody's content. So all of the content that I have is posted here, and you can watch it, and it actually helps support the channel quite a bit. And more importantly, going forward, there's going to be exclusive content that's only going to go on Odyssey because YouTube doesn't like it. And that would be things like accessories. So you cannot actually discuss gun accessories or modifications, how to put an AR-15 lower together. You cannot have that monetized. You cannot discuss how to remanufacture ammunition or basically how to hand load. As well as there's some parts that are in the mail, such as the new forced reset trigger, that I shall dare not put onto YouTube, but I will have videos on that.
God,
and
no.
It's only going to be on Odyssey. And then Derek is also on Odyssey. He's getting his channel going on there as well. And all of those links are in the description. Wait, there we go. In the description box below there. So go on Odyssey, check it out. And more importantly, like I said, every single view on Odyssey is monetized and it helps. Derek, any thoughts on that? Or we can start talking about the new stuff.
No, I'm actually waiting to see how Odyssey's going to work out. Kind of excited for it. I'm just waiting for everything to get set up on my end. On their end, getting everything over and uploaded from my channel over there. I'm hoping it works out. I'm hoping they don't plan to be like a lot of the other social media platforms and say, "Oh, we're open, we're free speech," but then start censoring it. So,
yeah.
But I don't really see that because they're independently owned and not owned by a corporate agency.
Correct. Yeah. So it's Odyssey is based on the library.tv blockchain technology, and everything's completely decentralized, much like Bitcoin is. So there's a way to remove. Let's put it this way: they can't remove your content because it's written into the blockchain, but they can just literally just remove it from the Odyssey platform. But it's still going to be there. We can't delete it or do anything else along those lines. So I am excited about it. It is, it runs and it works. That's the big thing for me. And the big one is they're not storing their data on basically on Amazon.
True.
There we go. Cool. All right. So we have 27 minutes before we start talking to Ruger. And so let's kind of get into it. Actually, before I do that, if you guys have any questions, there was a Google form. We'll put a link in there. Or just basically just submit your question and comments for any of the companies, and then we'll make sure to address those. All right. So new stuff for 2021. I guess let's start with the first one that we had, and this is the one that you're really excited about, which was Savage.
Yes, I'm very interested in that new Savage Impulse. That is going to be a rifle that's going to be interesting because we've never had anything like this made in the United States. This is more of a European model action. I'm hoping Savage comes out with more chambers for it, caliper chambers. I wasn't really excited about the choices that they chose to start with, but honestly, with the headway I've been hearing on the market and everything going with it, I really think Savage is going to come out in more calipers with this one.
Okay. So I guess let's take a step back. You kind of just completely sidestep what exactly it is. So it's the Savage, the Impulse. It's a straight pull action.
Yes, it's a straight pull action. These are popular over in the European countries. This is something new here in the United States. We've never had a U.S. company make one of these. 9 times out of 10, they're mostly imported by like Blauser, Sauer. Can't think of any other companies that are offhand. There's another one. But with the design that they have for it, I'm actually really interested in seeing this because the rifle it's lightweight, but it's got all the durability factors of a Savage that I like. And I guess we'll have to see how this plays out because there's not a lot of information on it yet. There's a couple little small videos on Savage's website, as you see here. But other than that, I'm waiting to get my hands on one and check it out. Because there's a lot of things I'm interested in to see if it's going to take the standard barrel tendon or not.
Okay. So, I mean, the whole premise behind it is kind of like the Schmidt-Rubin rifles, which are, I guess, I don't know if they were the original straight pull rifles or not. That's the one I have the most experience with. I think that's the one that most people are going to be cognizant of. So the old K31 in the 1911s, where instead of lifting the bolt up and back, you're literally just pulling it back.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess it's supposed to be faster. Actually, let's see. So here's the action.
It's instinctive and fast, and encompasses breakthrough technology for repeat accuracy and enhanced safety. Impulse combines legendary Savage performance with the lightning-fast speed of a straight-pull action, delivering a rifle that will take down fast-moving targets or any big-game animal in your sights.
Cool.
I do like the fact that they did make the handle ambidextrous, so left-handed shooters will be able to shoot out of the box.
So, I mean, that does seem like it's going to be one of the advantages, is because you can just swap it, and I think as long as the stocks are going to be okay, that wrong-handed people are not going to have much to complain about. Yes, I said it. And the lockup, I guess it used ball bearings to kind of push out and do that.
Yeah. So, like I said, it's going to be an interesting one to see. I'm actually, the one caliber I'm shocked that they didn't chamber this in right off the bat was 270 Winchester.
Okay. Well, actually, what do we have? We have
308, 30-06, 65 Creedmoor, and 300 Win.
I'm actually a little bit surprised about that. Yeah, so no 270, no 243. I mean, 308 and 65.
Because up here in the Northwest, the 270 Winchester is a very popular cartridge.
Okay. Interesting. And so do we know if it's actually just one standard sized action, or do we have more than one action?
That's the one thing that no one said anything yet. So I'm waiting to see.
Okay. Well, actually, no. So it looks like, so that's the Hog Hunter. That's the one in 4 calibers, but it looks like the big game is available in 243.
Yeah.
300 and 308. And then we have the Predator. I'm not crazy about that stock. Okay, and this one is actually with a magazine, so it looks like an AI. Is that proprietary or is that an AICS? No, it looks like an AICS.
No, it's an AICS.
Okay. 22, 250, 243, 65. So basically the 308 cartridge. Although at this point, it'll probably take 65 PRC. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with this gun. It's going to be interesting to follow it. So, I mean, it looks like we're just taking the action and dropping it in their existing stocks. And do we know if it's the same footprint or not as the other ones or no?
Don't know yet. Haven't heard anything.
So it'll be fine.
I'm surprised.
Completely forgot. I did get word that Savage wanted to come onto our live stream. We just don't have a time, so we'll be able to ask him that.
Oh, nice. It would be interesting to see why they didn't put this in 6.5 PRC, because they did do it in 300 short. So
I think that's going to be a question that we can ask Mark from Ruger. And it was one of the questions that kind of had prepared is, I mean, obviously right now there's an ammo shortage. And I just did a video on the Mossberg 6.5 PRC Predator. And so I had ammo from a bit ago, plus I can hand load. Now, when I'm doing the official review video, one of the things I try to do is make sure for group sizes, we're using factory ammo because that's what most people are going to be using. And you can go to the store and buy the ammo. You're not necessarily going to get the same results with hand-loaded ammunition. And I shot 2 boxes on the last day, and I was talking to somebody else who's like, you know, pretty soon you're going to be spending more in ammo cost than what the gun actually costs. And I've seen people, so usually 6.5 PRC is right around $35 per box. Right now, it's anywhere between $60 to $80 per box, which is just nuts. And I think that's part of the reason why we're seeing more rifles basically in 308 or 6.5 Creedmoor, because these are going to be your more popular calibers that somebody's more likely to have ammunition for. Although in reality, though, I mean, 6.5 PRC, I mean, I think for hunting, 6.5 PRC is making major inroads. And so one of the tools that I use is Google Trends. And so 6.5 PRC. So this basically what Google Trends looks at is it looks at the data from web search, and you can also do YouTube search as well. And so let's even go back to web. So you compare 6.5 PRC to, let's say, 270 Winchester. So you can see how much more interest is over the past year. So the top line is 6.5 PRC versus 270. And even if you look at the past 5 years, just what's happened. So I am a little surprised they did not do a 6.5 PRC. So it'll be interesting. So there was actually a comment that I'm seeing. So 6.8 Western is $40. If you can find it. But I guess that's a good transition point. So the other thing that we just saw is Winchester announced 6.8 Western, which is a new caliber, or I guess I jokingly called it 6.8 PRC. Actually, let me see. I think I have a SAMI. So 6.8 Western was SAMI spec'd in November or December. So it's a brand new caliber. There we go. Did they?
I like Card Shark's comment. 270 is a funny hunting cartridge.
Well, but basically part of it, 6.8 Western was made to right the wrongs of 270 Winchester. So Winchester announced this cartridge. I can't play that video because we're still on a live stream and we're gonna get shut down. Okay, so 6.8 Western is a newer cartridge.
Yes.
There we go. Okay, we can talk about the design. So, do I have any ammo here? Wait, here we go. Aha, perfect example. So I have, here, let me make myself bigger. All right, so this is a case from a 300. There we go. From a 300 PRC, and this is your typical 223. So a lot of the older cartridges, including 308, you have a little bit of the bullet sticking up, and most of it is actually down into the case. By doing that, when you're chambering the round, there's more places where it can kind of get kinked and off-centered. And so the new trend in bullets has been to lower the shoulder further down so more of the bullet sticks out. And that's what 6.5 PRC does. That's what 300 PRC does. And that's basically the whole point of 6.8 Western. So as per Winchester, the entire premise behind 6.8 Winchester is to do a cartridge that is going to have more energy than 6.5 PRC, but have less recoil than 300 PRC. Ideally making this a better hunting cartridge, because so kind of going back to this, if we're looking at, let's say, data is cool. So if we're looking at where it's most popular, it's Wyoming, Montana, North Dakota, Idaho, South Dakota. Basically those big square states where people go out and they hunt at long and extended long ranges. And generally by that point, so if you're hunting past 400 yards, 6.5 Creedmoor is not going to have as much energy left. And that was the whole point of 6.5 PRC. And apparently, as per Winchester and Browning, that's still not enough energy for hunting. So they went up from a 6.5 millimeter bullet up to a 6.8. And so those are 179 grain as opposed to 147 and 156, which is the biggest for...
Yeah, 156 is the biggest you can get in a 6.5.
Yeah. And then basically, and the other thing they did was they went to a 1 8" twist, which I believe 270 was for 1 10. so it
Yes.
wouldn't be able to stabilize a lot of the heavier bullets.
Well, like I said, we'll have to see how it pans out. As long as Winchester can promote this cartridge better than they did their 350 Legend, then I think it'll stay.
Oh, hold on. Who's writing off 350 Legend? Let me actually bring you back in. Who's writing off 350 Legend? So, okay, you know what? I'm going to bring up Google Trends again.
The whole point of the cartridge, it made sense, especially out in like your Midwest states, where some of those states you have to have a straight wall cartridge. It made sense.
Mr. Google disagrees with you.
But it was not it wasn't something that I picked up on myself. I was one of the ones that did jump on the 224 Valkyrie. When it about a year after it came out, and then the 350 Legend made some sense, but it wasn't something I was going to pick up on.
Okay. So can you see the screen? So this
I can see it.
So red is 350 Legend, blue is 65 PRC. So 350 Legend the interest in it has dropped off quite a bit from last year when it was introduced. Yeah. However, there's still more interest in 350 Legend than 65 PRC, and 350 Legend has been around a lot less. And the whole entire premise of it is, and this is actually going to be a good question for Mark from Ruger, where it was designed for. So it's a straight-walled cartridge. So take a look at Ohio.
It was designed for the Midwest states like Iowa,
Precisely.
Ohio, Illinois, stuff like that, where they really didn't have a lot of options. I mean, I think the biggest caliber you could hunt out there with that was a straight wall cartridge. Off the top of my head, was a 450 Bushmaster.
Yep. And that's a little too much.
Well, if you want to just roll them down the mountain for you, so you don't have to carry them all that way. But I mean, the cartridge makes sense. It's just something that I didn't pick up here, where I live up here in Montana, because we can hunt with a 50 cal here in the state if we wanted to.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think it's a good cartridge for getting somebody started into hunting, like a 243, even a 6.5 Creedmoor, because there's not a lot of recoil and you can mitigate the bolt real easily and stuff like that.
Okay, but so yeah, I just because you mentioned 224 Valkyrie, I did pull it up. So I mean, when it was launched, there was interest, and then it pretty much flatlined. Ta-da! So that'll be interesting. And I know a lot of the manufacturers didn't jump right onto it, but we do have the new calibers of 6 ARC and 6 Western.
No, I have not tried a 224 bolt gun yet. I do want to try that. We can talk
to you and Top Precision about that. So it'll do that. All right. So we have the Savage. So we have 10 more minutes before Mark pops on. The other one is, so along with the 6.8 Western, since I have it, I just got this email a couple of minutes ago, right before we went live, and Browning announced their X-Bolt Hell's Canyon Max Long Range. And this just looks awesome.
It does. It looks like they did some updating from the original Hell's Canyon, spec-wise. And that new muzzle brake is interesting too.
Yeah. So, and then also so this one, what's the price? 1,500 MSRP. So figure 1,400.
Not necessarily. Brownies don't usually sway too much off the MSRP from what I'm seeing lately.
Okay. Now, so Browning was also one of the first companies that came out with rifles in 6.5 PRC immediately after Ruger. And so with 6.8 Western, they announced both Winchester and Browning rifles in 6.8 Western. But one thing you have to keep in mind is there's a very close relationship between Winchester and Browning. Mm-hmm. So Browning makes Winchester rifles, and Winchester makes Browning ammunition. So that's why we have those. What I am wondering, and the biggest question mark going back to 6.8 Western is this going to turn into a Nosler where it's mostly going to be a couple of guns, or it's mostly going to be Nosler making them, or if it's going to get industry adoption. Because one of the things we talked about immediately before going live was they are marketing this cartridge for long-range shooters as well. However, practically, I don't know. Practically, there's the biggest issue with 6.8 is that there's a lack of bullets with 6.8 Western. So you have a whole bunch of bullets in 6.5 millimeter, and then you have a whole bunch more, well, not as much, but you have more bullets with 7 millimeter. 6.8, there's not just that much there. And there are some bullets for hunting. And I think Nosler makes a couple of, Accubons. And they are announcing, so 6.8 Western at launch, there is going to be...
If I remember right, they're all using Nosler projectiles.
I think they're used for one of them. I believe it is Sierra Match King.
There's one Sierra? Okay.
So it's going to be 4 loads. So there's the ballistic silvertip, there's the match, there's the expedition long range, and Browning also came out with one as well. So the 6.8, it's going to be from 165 to 170 grains, and apparently bullets can be up to 175. So I'm reading off of the marketing brochure. Heavier bullets than 6.5 Creedmoor, 6.5 PRC, and 270 Winchester short mag. More energy than 6.5 Creedmoor, 6.5 PRC, and even 7 millimeter Rem mag. And less recoil than 300 Winchester short mag, 300 Win mag, and 300 PRC. And that shouldn't be surprising considering this is 300 PRC and the other one is going to be...
How does that fall under for less recoil than 300 PRC considering it's not even in the same class?
It's marketing.
Yeah.
And then basically the entire whole thing is short action for fast cycling, high accuracy, and reduced rifle weight. So I think that's the one advantage that you are going to have with 6.8 Western is that it is going to fit into the standard actions for most manufacturers. So I believe it was like the overall length is like 2.955 max. So it's going to fit into the AICS magazines without the space, with the spacer removed. So you'll be able to stuff them in more guns. So that's good.
I guess we'll have to see how this plays out.
Yes. So I did reach out to Winchester and Browning to have them come on. Have not gotten a response back. I am going to try to get... So listen, I'm a sucker for new calibers, and this is cool. It's definitely... It's cool. I do want to play around with it. So we'll have to take a look. I am optimistic. So, and going back to it, so Browning also announced a new muzzle brake.
As last picture in the bottom.
Okay. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there you go.
And this is completely unlike anything I've seen.
Yeah, the muzzle brake is an interesting design. That's something I wouldn't mind trying.
So look at the design. Actually, they skipped a step in that video. Okay, so I'm going to pause it here. So this is the recoil curve. You have the force, and you have over what period of time that you have it. So with this, apparently, in the marketing, they're reducing 300 RUM recoil by up to 77%. But obviously what's happening is it is stretching it out over a longer period of time. Effectively, what it looks like, we're making 300 rum with the brake is going to be the same recoil as 6.5 Creedmoor without a brake. So yes, Drew, and this is basically what it told on the design. Oh, let's go back to this one.
Like I said, it's an interesting design. I wouldn't mind trying one. I wouldn't do it on a rum because I'm not a rum guy myself. But it would be interesting to try one on like a 300 Norma or maybe a 300 PRC.
Yeah. So the whole design here, and this is the first one that I've seen. So you have the regular brakes, which are just going to thread onto a barrel. And then you have to use spacers or shims or crush washer in order to index it into place. What we've seen over the last couple of years is the self-centering brakes, where we're going to be using two pieces. So you thread it on, and then you use a collar to basically lock it in place. This one, it looks like, so it's two pieces. You have the brake that goes onto the barrel against the shoulder, and then you're putting this piece to lock it in place, and then you saw them use you're screwing that into place. It's an interesting design. So basically what it does leave you is, oops, let me skip to, where do we have a picture of it? Okay. Okay. So what it does is it looks like it gives you one really big port in the front, which is interesting. I would love to talk to them about this, but as far as I know, I have not seen any other brakes which are of similar design.
No, this one actually kind of shocks me the way it is.
Yeah. And I don't think so. If they are going to sell it separately, let's see, do we have a price on it? Yes, we're going to have it 1/2 by 28 and 5/8 by 24. I don't see 3/4. So I guess they don't have one for a 338. And it's going to be on all of these guns. I got to say, though, these Browning guns sure look pretty.
I do like that X-Bolt Target Macmillan A5 one there. I do like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully soon. Okay. So that's that. Next. All right. So we're covering too many precision rifles. Let's look at, so before Winchester, so before we kind of go off on there, obviously I love 6.5 PRC. Winchester also announced new 6.5 PRC ammo as well as Browning. So there's going to be 2 loads from Winchester, which is the 6.5 PRC AccuBond 142 grain bullet, which is the hunting bullet with the polymer tip, basically for hunting, and that's the Expedition Big Game Long Range. And then they have a 140 grain match boat tail hollow point, which is a little bit on the lighter side, and that's a Sierra Match King 6.5 grain. I'm sorry, 6.5 millimeter 140 grain bullet. So that is interesting. And then Browning, it also released one under their own, and that was a hunting load. Give me 1 second. What do you think on that, Derek? Any thoughts on that, or have you looked at it?
I've looked at it. I don't know. I really haven't dabbled in the 6.5 PRC yet, so that's more your thing.
I love 6.5 PRC.
I mean, it's a nice cartridge. I have not shot one yet, so
the travesty.
Yeah, well,
we're gonna have to fix that. We're gonna have to fix that.
I know. I keep looking at that Browning there. That would be a nice one in 6.5.
All right, so I see we have a guest. Mark, are you good? Give me a thumbs up. I'll bring you in. All right. So the best part about a virtual SHOT Show, I don't have to walk, and we have awesome people such as Mark Gurney. Welcome.
Thank you, Max. Great to see you here. Great to see you. Great to be here. How are you?
I cannot complain. So I know you missed the initial part. So just for you, I'm wearing my special Adidas.
Special. Is that red Adidas?
No, this is the orange one. This is the same color that they used in the 1980s Olympics.
Okay.
So this is my it's not my daily Adidas.
Yeah, I have the privilege of being colorblind, so orange, red, it's all the same.
Okay. Here, let me actually pin you. Hold on. This is technology. How can I actually make you more important than me in this one?
You know, I'm good with you being wicked important, as we say in Massachusetts.
God, I haven't heard that.
Just for Mark, I was looking for a cover photo for this, and I'm going for my images. I'm like, "Ooh, this is awesome!" I'm like, and it was from last year from the Ruger booth.
Okay,
so it works. All right, so thank you, sir, for coming on.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
I guess the more important question is: are you happy that SHOT Show was canceled? I know we talked about this a little bit before when we were just thinking it might be canceled. But are you happy or sad?
Well, yes. Am I happy or am I sad? Yes. There's no doubt that we put a lot of effort into it. It's a lot of work by a lot of people, and then you fly across the country and long days, long nights, and lots of people, right? And not all of us gun folks are extroverts. Some of the introverts like us, at the end of the week we are just tired.
Yeah.
But on the other end, we see a lot of friends. We see a lot of people we know. And yeah, it used to be that SHOT was the important place where we did business, where we wrote orders for the year. We don't quite do that anymore. But it doesn't mean we don't connect with people. And our CEO was some years back, but he kind of gave us this lecture. He said, we get to meet with the distributors and the big retailers, and we will anyway. And we'll meet with the folks from the ammo companies, and all that will go on. But that was going to go on anyway. But really what we need to connect with, or who we need to connect with, are the small retailers.
Yeah.
If you think of the small retailer where this trip to Vegas is, just might be their annual vacation. That might be the only time they get out for the year.
Yeah.
And for them, this is a big deal. And they get to talk to us and learn about new products. So those are the folks we look forward to speaking with. And frankly, they're the nicest people on the earth, right? Those are the folks that hold our country together, the small business owners, gun lovers. I mean, this is all good stuff. So what's not to like about that? So it's a mixed blessing. I don't mind missing SHOT Show for all the things that go along with it, but I do miss meeting with our customers.
Yeah. So I feel bad because this was going to be Derek's first SHOT Show. For me, I think he was number 8 in a row, and I think like 10 or 12 total. And you're right. You talk to people in there. It's like you love being there, but it's like at the end of it, it's like you hate being there.
Right.
It's an interesting point that you bring up, because if somebody is a distributor, or if you're in the media, instead of going out there, play with them, like, hey, Mark, can you send me this? I want to play with this. And the distributors are going to order the product anyway.
Right.
But if you're a small mom and pop FFL and you're trying to make a decision as to, hey, do I want to invest my money into bringing these firearms?
Yep.
Is this going to be good? And especially if it's a newer product, it's a big risk. And there's nothing really like going out to the show and actually playing with it. Or if somebody is invited to the media day when you can actually go and shoot it and experience the gun yourself.
Right. Yeah. Well said. Well said.
Yeah. So, I mean, over the last year, we've had obviously tremendous demand pop up due to a number of reasons. Last year, I remember particularly the Ruger booth was mobbed because you brought a number of really cool products. So we have the Ruger 57, you have the PC Charger, the rimfire long-range target, and the custom shop models like the 1022 and the 1911. How have those done over the past year or so for you?
I think that, Max. They've all done exceptionally well.
Yeah.
And there isn't, we manage our company. We have 3 factories, and within each factory are a number of individual product lines. And each line, we could make more on every single one of them.
Yeah.
So it's where, how do we manage, the hardworking folks that come in? Where do we put them? What lines we put them in? So we spread them out to try to make as many of as different things as we can. And of course, the new products are the ones that people want. But I don't know. I don't know where the limit is. And we could probably, at this point, it's limitless.
Yeah.
We could make so many of everything. But that doesn't mean that demand lasts forever. So we can't go out and build 4, 5, 6 more factories, that kind of thing. That doesn't work.
And that's how companies got in trouble in the past, because they did see that spike in demand. Yep. They went out, they invested in machinery, and by the time that all of that capacity came on, demand just dropped off the earth, and now you have fire sales.
Right, exactly. But they've all done, all the products have gone well.
Yeah. So I mean, a lot of the things. So obviously, pretty much I'm assuming every category has gone up. Anything done better than others?
Well, the base AR and your basic 9mm defense pistol, whether it's an EC9S or a Security 9, that type of thing, that's what everyone wants. And I think you've seen some of the statistics out of the NSSF. You get first-time gun buyers. Really, they're looking for your basic 9mm pistol or a basic AR. So those are profoundly in demand. Yeah. When you're above the level that you can actually make, I guess what difference does it make? But those are what people go for. And I guess the kind of a running joke is, if it goes bang, people want it.
Yeah.
From years ago, I don't know if you're old enough to remember when we went through this in '94. I was
not a gun owner at that point.
Okay, so I was going to graduate school at the time, and one of my professors was bemoaning to me how he couldn't buy what he wanted to buy. So he was out looking to buy a Mini 14, and he had cash in his pocket, was going to buy a Mini, and he couldn't buy it. It just simply wasn't there. So he bought 2 10/22s instead. And then he wanted a particular, I think he wanted an SP-101 or something like that. He was a Ruger fan, thankfully. Mm-hmm. He couldn't buy one of those either. And he ended up buying an H&R, what was it, the 99, the Sportsman, I think it's called. It's a top break 22 revolver. Just a very interesting gun, not even remotely tactical, but he was going to buy some guns, and that's what it is. So sometimes it's effective. You can't find exactly what you want, but you want to buy a gun, and it goes bang, and it interests you, like just about all guns interest me, then you're going to go home with something.
Okay. Now I'm going to spring this question on you, because I know a lot of people are wondering, where is the secret warehouse where all the millions of guns that gun manufacturers are holding hostage?
Southeast New Jersey.
Really? All right, let's go.
Well, it's too far for me to travel.
Well, so I mean, there were a couple. I was reading a couple of articles, and people were kind of speculating that their warehouse, manufacturers, how can you not have enough guns? It was how can there not be enough ammo? And you try to tell them, it's well, look, it's conservatively, we've had 5 or 6 million new gun owners, and gun sales pretty much doubled. And was talking to one manufacturer who's going to be on tomorrow, and we're we added more machines, we're running 24/7, and we're still if you place an order right now, conservatively 6 or 8 months, we can get you a basic AR. And it's look, we can sell, if we could sell everything that we would want, just that there's that much stuff out, there's that much demand out there.
Right. Yeah, very true. So at this point, if anyone would like a job in the firearms industry, go to our webpage. We have lots and lots and lots of openings. Actually 4 factories, 3 firearms factories, New Hampshire, North Carolina, and Arizona. So if anyone wants to contribute, apply, please.
Yeah.
We could use it.
And this is actually this is a very timely comment. Can you tell Mark, the service department was wonderful to me and went far and above to handle the smallest issue I had as if it was a massive issue. Thank you, and Ruger.
No. Thank you very much for the kind words. Our customer service people do an outstanding job. We just want happy customers.
And if you guys have, so there's a bunch of people watching. If you have questions for Mark, make sure leave them in the comments, and we will go through these and we'll try to integrate them or try to get them answered as well. One thing is, there might be some questions, so keep in mind, guys, Ruger is a publicly traded company, so there's some questions they might not be able to answer as a result of it, but anything else, I'm sure we'll be more than happy to discuss as well. So along the same lines, with the increase in demand, I was talking to somebody else, and they're saying that they also saw a big spike in hunting. Has that translated as well to you?
We believe it has. We've read about the big spike in hunting. I think that was COVID born, where people were starting to be concerned with, putting food on their table. I think you and I talking the other day, Max, about chickens, right? I mean, that's
yes.
a small defensive measure, but you want eggs and you don't have to go out to the store to buy them. So we've seen
although our chickens are getting lazy, they're only down to 2 eggs right now for the winter time.
Yeah.
Before they were like 8 eggs a day.
Well, they better smarten up, or they're going in the stew pot, huh?
I don't think we'd be able to do that. But
no,
yeah.
I know. That's right. So demand for our American rifle, and that's not really typically a defensive gun. So
yes,
you wouldn't think that would be in the high demand curve, but it is. So yes, we've seen lots of demand for our hunting rifles as well.
Okay. So with that, so we were just discussing right before you popped up, we were discussing Winchester's new 6.8 Western caliber, which is made for hunting. And then this comes after Hornady, which is one of your partners that you work closely with. So they released 6mm ARC. Then this, we had 6.5 PRC, we had 300 PRC, and then prior to that, there's 224 Valkyrie. So when it comes to being a bigger manufacturer, how do you guys go about deciding, okay, what are we going to chamber our guns in, and should we jump on a newer caliber or not? Yeah. Because you were first on 6.5 PRC and 300 PRC, but you completely forgot about 224 Valkyrie. And I think so far, even though it's just a launch, but we've only seen guns from Winchester and Browning for 6.8 Western. And I guess, how does it balance out versus the environment we're in right now?
Wow, you got a couple hours? That's a
yes, really actually we do.
Yeah. We got time.
Yeah, okay. It's not an easy question to answer, because that's a tough subject we wrestle with. On one hand, think of all new calibers deserve a fair shake, and we would love to give them all a run to see how well they do. On the other hand, if you think about it, not that many new calibers really make it, commercially. Do they make money? I think one of the best ones to make money for a long time has been the 6.5 Creedmoor. So we have to be a little cautious on that and not just jump on everything we see. So you have to look at where the cartridge is positioned, why it's being brought out, to what end, and what the investment is. Now, if you think of something really simple, if all it is a chamber reamer on our end, that's not a big investment that you're asking of us. So willing to give it a try. And why wouldn't we? We would love to give cartridges support. And frankly, if there's a lot of marketing that goes behind it, we would love to be the ones to say, hey, this new cartridge has Ruger rifles, chambered in it. So that's a great step for us. Now, sometimes we'll get, and I'm not going to name specific cartridges, but sometimes we'll get cartridges in and they just don't behave well for a variety of reasons. And it wasn't just a chamber reamer. If somebody hands us a chamber reamer and maybe a new magazine, well, that's not asking too much. But if all of a sudden it becomes a science fair project, well, now do we put that effort into going after this new cartridge, or make more of the cartridges, or more of the guns that we already make that sell well? So the tail end of your question was in this environment. And right now, I guess you could look at this as, suppose you're a customer and all you're waiting for is a standard AR-556. That's all you want. And you've got a small deposit in with a retailer, and he says, well, we'll have it for you in 4 weeks or whatever it is. And instead of getting your AR-556 like you wanted, you see an email pop up in your inbox that says, "Hey, the new Ruger AR chambered in this new cartridge." Like, that might even make you angry a little bit.
Yeah.
So if we're chasing something new and we haven't satisfied our demand for the standard products, we might be better off holding off. So you put this all in a giant bag and shake all the different pieces up and see if it comes out. So I guess in short, I don't know if I answered that very well, but in short, we like new cartridges. We like the attention they bring. We like the market expansion they bring. And the simpler they are, though, for us, the more likely we are to chase. And if they take a fair amount of effort, well, we can put that effort in when it makes sense to do so. But right now in this environment, it may not make that much sense to do.
Yeah, and especially since manufacturers are having a hard enough time just even trying to keep up with basic 223s.
Right.
It's like okay. And I guess so. Since you're not going to bring it up, I am going to bring it up, and you answered it perfectly, because so even something like 6.5 6mm arc is easy because it still uses the same 6.5 Grendel bolt face, same magazine, same everything. It's just neck down and it's different reamer. But something like 224 Valkyrie, even it's an AR, well, it uses a 6.8 SBC bolt face, and if you don't already have it, it's new magazines. It's a lot of investment and testing that kind of has to go into it to make it justified, and especially for semi-autos versus bolt actions. Right. Interesting. So,
well said. And
now go ahead.
No, so we put. I'm sure many gun companies do, but we put an exhaustive amount of testing into new guns, new cartridges. It would really stagger people to know how many rounds we'll put through a new product before we release it to the public. So even a new cartridge, if there's considerably more pressure on the bolt face, whatever, somebody says, well, you need some ammo, and you say, yeah, we'll need some for testing. How much you need? So
yeah,
how much you got? We'll start off with 50,000 rounds, and that'll just crack the ice for us.
So I'm not sure
we can process them into grass.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if you can answer this question, but this one was brought up. So if you can't answer a specific number, I guess if you can talk about, I misread it. Okay. So I'll do it both. So I guess the question that Drew asked was 6.5 RPRs, and I guess if you can just talk about maybe like the success of them versus other calibers. And I was going to ask a question. So having been one of the launch partners for 6.5 PRC, what's your take on the caliber? And would you call it a success for you?
Sure. So kind of a twofold answer. 6.5 Creedmoor has been a resounding success. And we were on the front end of that cartridge way back when. We were one of the first ones to adopt it. And it has done exceptionally well for us. And I think it last year or the year before. I think it was the year before last. I think we sold more 6.5 Creedmoors than all of the calibers combined in rifles, in bolt action rifles. Right. So I think that answers you. I don't know how many 6.5 RPRs we've made. I think if I did know, I probably wouldn't be able to say anyway. Correct. But it's been most of them by far. And 6.5 PRC is really cool, really new. We still get news every now and then from somebody who stuffed a 6.5 PRC into an RPR or vice versa because they didn't know the difference.
And I believe that because I saw I belong to a couple of groups on Facebook for 6.5 PRC. I can't respond anymore because I've been censored there. But there's somebody who asked, hey, can I shoot 6.5 PRC in a 6.5 Creedmoor barrel? And somebody asked, I have a 6.5 PRC. Can I shoot 6.5 Creedmoor out of it? And I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that's like the one guy. Sorry about
that. And then the other question. So this one you probably gotten a number of times, but we have a fellow content creator friend of ours who loves the PC carbine, and he likes 10mm.
Yes. Wow, we've never been asked that before. So if you try stuffing a 10mm into PC carbine, there's an awful lot of energy there. An awful lot of energy. And I forgot what the exact weight increase, but we have to make the bolt, in order to make it run, we have to make the bolt exceptionally heavy. So there's kind of three things going on. There's A, to make it run, B, to make it run with good longevity, and C, to make a good run with good longevity with these boutique loads like Buffalo Bore and stuff like that. So there's a lot to it, and I don't think people want a super heavy PC carbine.
Okay.
So we understand the desire for such things. I would love one. I'm a 10 millimeter fan by a lot, but it's not as easy as it sounds. You don't just put a different chamber reamer and get to work.
Yeah, and the reason why I brought up that question is because I think it fit perfectly into the conversation we're having. It is, would it be a complete redesign, or is it a simple rechambering? And I guess 10 mil, it would be basically a new gun.
Correct.
Cool. So along the new guns, obviously publicly traded companies, a lot of the bigger companies, you guys generally release product in November and December as opposed to right at SHOT Show, because you have the wholesaler buying groups. That's when distributors learn about it. This year, you've introduced the Custom Shop RPR, and I don't believe there was anything for actual SHOT Show this year for you guys, correct?
And that is correct. And for quite some time now, our product development cycles, we don't really, we try not to pay attention to SHOT or to NRA or to NRA show. We should launch them when they're ready. Yeah. And there's really no point in holding on to them. And there's no good deed goes unpunished if we rush it to get it ready for SHOT. So when they're ready, we will launch them. Now, it's true. There's a bit of something going on at the end of the year when we're trying to get things ready for the distributor shows and the distributor buying season. But even that's not a complete driver of our process. Yeah. So we have a big product development train. 3 factories, teams in every factory, but we'll launch them when they're ready. So not having SHOT hanging over our head, if you will, to try to artificially push things up. That's helped some, but it really didn't change our whole product development outlook.
Well, plus, I guess in the grand scheme of things, I mean, there is at least 3 other bigger larger manufacturers that I've talked to today. They're not introducing any product for SHOT Show either, just like something a little bit here and there. And I guess kind of going back to, in this environment, it doesn't make sense to introduce new product when you can barely keep up with it. And you don't want to be like other manufacturers who introduce a product and then it might get delivered by the end of the year.
Right. Yeah. We try hard not to do that. The old days, you launched it at SHOT Show and then maybe a year later you start shipping it. No, we don't launch a product till we have product in the box ready to ship. Yeah. So that runs it well. And the other thing we talked about earlier is we don't want to anger people launching stuff when all they really want is a base gun that we already supposedly make. We don't want replacing the capacity we have with something new. And it makes good business sense. Why not wait till later when it is more beneficial to us?
Yeah. So
that's understandable.
Besides the gun crisis, let me rephrase that, not a crisis. Besides the inventory shortage, we've seen ammo shortage as well. Do you start seeing that impacting the sales in any time? Because if people are not going to go buy guns if they can't find the ammo for it.
Yeah. So we've heard kind of anecdotally that has happened. But if you ask, have we seen it? No, because the demand for our products haven't slacked off in the slightest. I understand some retailers are kind of playing it smart by saying they're reserving some ammo for folks who buy a gun. And that seems pretty reasonable. So we've heard about it, but we've not experienced it, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. And also, I mean, just even locally, what a lot of the stories that you're hearing is the dealers at the ranges, particularly, they're not going to, if you go in there and ask for ammo, they're either going to limit it to 1 or 2 boxes, or what some of them are doing is they're only selling it to you if you plan on shooting it at the range there, or you're purchasing ammo with a firearm.
Right. That seems to make sense. If I was a retailer, I think I'd consider that too.
So one of the things that Ruger did, and I guess we could call it cheating, is to increase your production. Not do you get more product, you go out and you buy a brand. So 2020
Yeah.
has been pretty good for you guys.
Yes.
Ruger acquired Marlin.
Yep.
For those who might not be familiar, can you just talk about a little bit about that acquisition, kind of what went into it, and what exactly did Ruger get? I mean, did you guys get the entire company or just the name?
So, start off, I think the brand, the complements of the brand are absolutely perfect. Marlin is just such a good fit for Ruger. We don't have, or we didn't have lever guns in our lineup before. So product wise, it's a great fit for us. And then Marlin, the brand, was just a really good brand, and I think it aligns well with Ruger. So I don't think we could have found a better fit really for what we've got going here. So we purchased the assets of Marlin, from the Remington bankruptcy.
Carcass.
Yeah. So the assets are basically the intellectual property, the designs, names and logos and things like that, which are not unimportant. And then fixtures and machines and materials. So we have everything we need to make the guns and to sell them under their previous names, like Marlin. We didn't buy a building, we didn't buy a company, and we didn't get employees all at once. So we will be making the Marlin firearms in our own factories.
Okay.
So they'll be made in Ruger factories. They'll be marked Marlin Firearms Company, and the location, we'll say made in North Carolina or wherever we made them, but they'll be labeled as a Marlin firearm.
Awesome. So you guys are. I mean, Marlin is a historic brand that's been around for a long, long time.
They are. Yeah.
You're not going to kill them off.
Oh God, no! Why would we do that? Yeah. So you say it's a historic. If you want a little light reading, Max, this is Colonel Brophy's book from the history of Marlin. What's it called? Marlin Firearms: The History of the Guns and the Company that made them. It's
awesome.
What is it? Yeah, it's close to 700 pages.
Light reading.
I've been boning up at night trying to become more knowledgeable of Marlin. They made a lot of cool stuff over the years.
Is it available
a lot of cool
Audible?
guns? So on audio?
On audio. I listen to all of my books in audio.
I'm sorry. Connection's cutting out a little bit.
Okay, we can still hear you, so you're good. Okay, so
I do have one question real quick.
Go ahead.
What is one of your favorite Ruger firearms?
One of them. That's fair, because you said my favorite, then it would be a trouble one. So I actually like number ones quite a bit. For me, shooting, owning guns is kind of twofold. One is to have and to hold. Because I can enjoy a number one without taking it out to shoot.
Okay.
But the other part is, shooting, it's not like, emptying out a 30-round magazine, doing a mag change and running and gunning. It's shooting a number one is very slow, very deliberate, it's enormously relaxing and enjoyable. And, I actually don't own one in the caliber. I wish I had bought one when we made it, but 300 H&H, it's got a nice taper to it. And I swear the cartridges just fall into the chamber, or get sucked into the chamber. And then when you ejected them, they just kind of come out with that same ease. And it's a delightful experience shooting number ones. So not very tactical, but I enjoy them immensely.
So what's your favorite Marlin?
That I don't know yet. I found it in the local gun store. It was a 336 chambered in 35 rem that was made in late 50s, I think. And it had been worn but not abused. And it kind of talked to me. I haven't bought it yet. I may still. But I think the 94s, maybe I'm getting older, but the lighter the gun, the better I like it. So, and a revolver caliber. I mean, what a great pairing with a Ruger gun. So if you think about a Marlin lever gun in 357 or 44 with a Vaquero or a Blackhawk, if you can't have fun with that combination, you ought to be taking up a different hobby or something.
What's the T-Rex Marlin? What's the model number on that?
Oh, well, that's the 1895. That's
Yes.
in 4570.
Yeah. You need one of those.
I do. They had one in the local gun shop as well. It's brand new. And it's not an inexpensive gun. And I was eyeing it and eyeing it. And I said, if that's not gone by next week, I'm gonna pick that up.
Nice.
And I went in the next week and it was gone. And the owner of the shop said the same thing. He said he had been eyeing it, and if that wasn't gone by next week, he was gonna buy it. But so we both
I'm sure you'll have some pull, and if you really want one, you can get one.
Well, yeah, and so I probably ought to hold out for a Ruger-made one. You would think that would be appropriate for somebody like me, but the really old ones, they tend to attract my attention too.
So here's a question:
they could tell stories.
Will Marlin have separate customer service, salesmen, etc.?
They will not. They'll
Okay.
all go through our regular customer service. Yeah.
Perfect. All right. So shifting gears a little bit, obviously, and part of the first time that I met you, we've seen a major increase in long range shooting, precision shooting, and long range hunting. Has that really been a growth place for Ruger, or do you see it industry wide as well?
I think the answer is yes to both.
Okay.
I think long range shooting was becoming more and more popular, and we would see $3,000-$4,000 rigs that were really, really nice.
Mm-hmm.
And really that's what led our engineers to design something that could do everything just as well, but not cost $4,000. And that was the precision rifle. So I think the long range shooting craze was just starting, and I'd like to think we added to it.
Yeah.
The RPR brought long range precision rifles to everyone, or every man, with the capital E, as it said. And that, of course, then spawned more interest in it. So it was, there's a little fire going, we added to the fire, and the bigger fire got stoked up even more by others. And I guess that was one really bad metaphor. But the other metaphor I throw it in is that rising tides float all boats. So the fact that other folks have joined into this interest really only helps us too, and helps everyone. Helps consumers like us. I mean, I buy guns and shoot them too, so it's all good. And when you have lots of choices, and what's not to like? So this is all good.
Yeah, absolutely. So do you see, is it, I guess, the beginner, somebody who kind of is going to get interested in longer range shooting, are they going straight into the Ruger precision rifles, or are they going to start with something like an American Predator and then upgrade that later? Or are they just, a lot of people going just to the GA Precisions or like other high-end guns?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't really know what the consumer behavior is towards the higher end guns. So we see a lot of folks. I don't know that an RPR is someone's first long gun. Maybe it is. I don't know. But we do see an awful lot of people, like you said, who go into the Americans, get into the Predator model, or maybe they'll slide the Predator into a different stock, like a Magpul, and get into it that way. And that way is actually kind of fun too. You get to kind of mix and match bits and pieces. And when you see a YouTube video with somebody with a 6.5 Predator and a Magpul stock and a not terribly expensive Vortex, and they're hitting steel at 1,400 yards, like, wow, I'm really happy for them. They didn't spend a ton of money, but they've got a good rig that they're enjoying, and maybe they'll step up to an RPR. And really, the guns really aren't that much different accuracy wise. It's just the bigger gun, the bigger, heavier gun that's more ergonomic, is easier to shoot accurately.
Well,
I'm not
sure if you're familiar with it, but I can do one better than that story. So are you familiar with Long Range Shooters of Utah and the Milk Jug Challenge?
I'm not.
So there's a guy, he runs the Milk Jug Challenge in Utah, and there's a video where somebody takes a bone stock Ruger American Predator in 6.5 Creedmoor, and it's a milk jug at a mile within like 4 or 5 shots.
Excellent.
Oh, that was he's got a YouTube channel. He's out of Southern Illinois.
No, the shooter himself is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I know who you're talking. That's 240. His channel name is 243 something.
Oh, I didn't know he has a channel as well, but I was watching the video. I'm like,
Yes.
so when anybody kind of brings up, it's like, oh, I need to go spend $5,000 on a custom gun. I'm like, here, just get an American or a Savage. It's like, just start with that.
Yep.
It's going to be good.
Yeah, like we said in drag racing, it's the nut behind the wheel, right?
So along the same line, so you had the Ruger American, and I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. You had the Ruger Precision Rifle in 223 before.
Yep.
And that has been gone and no more. And I just saw this comment. You don't need to answer this, but you need a mini action RPR and 6mm arc.
Yes, we do. I won't argue that point.
So I guess, that just kind of brought it up.
No, that's fine. And that's just the same story. Minis are very much in demand. And the standard Mini 14 in 223 is going out the door, and we really don't want to get in the way of progress, making something different when that interruption could cost us half a dozen Mini 14s and 223. Let's not do that. Let's make some more.
So I will bring this one up just because I could. So instead of going smaller, you need to go bigger than a 338 Lapua.
Yes, we do. So, and I'll turn that into a question for you or our readers, or our listeners. Boy, that was a slip from the past, huh?
Viewers.
Yeah.
Do you have your record player on?
Well, let me go turn off the 8-track tape. If we did something, let's say, with a caliber that started in a 5,
okay,
should it be magazine fed or could it be a single shot?
Ooh,
how much cost?
If somebody wants to answer in.
Honestly, I think it could be either way. I think it'd be nice either way, personally.
So yeah, I would think. I think the answer would be people would love to have it magazine fed. However, nobody would hold it against you if it was single fed, because at that point you're going to be mostly single feeding it anyway, assuming it's a bolt gun. Anywho.
Yes. All right, thank you. If anybody has ideas on that, they can, respond to your channel, whatever. We listen. We listen to all sorts of different inputs.
Well, and then basically, I mean, if you're already doing it with a 5, you might as well do it with a 416.
Yes,
and
it just
a 408.
Although I got to tell you, I probably put more rounds through my precision rimfire over the summer and into the fall than anything. I have a 400-yard range at home. Mm-hmm. And can ring steel on that through 250, almost with alarming regularity, but it seems to fall apart to 3.
Yeah,
and then going to 4 is just silly. This is what CCI standard velocity kind of thing. But
although Mark, I'm not sure if I told you or not, but kind of along those same lines. So I was invited, and I'm making plans right now to go shoot King of 1 Mile and King of 2 Mile in Moscow in June.
Moscow.
Yes. Massive growth in long range shooting in Russia right now.
Oh, cool.
So for King of 1 Mile, it's going to be a 300 PRC.
Yeah.
But for King of 2 Mile, so Derek talked me into converting a 338 Lapua RPR into a 37 XC, which is David Tubbs.
Oh, cool. I have to admit total ignorance on that.
So, but if there was something that was a 416, that would be really, really awesome.
Well, when are you doing this?
June.
Yeah, I don't think we'll have anything for you by then.
Although the U.S. although the U.S. King of 2 Miles is in, end of September, Derek, right? And we're planning on doing that together.
And end of September, and you have to register. I think it's in end of June. But we'll have to double check on that one.
Yeah. It's interesting. No, I mean, and there is big growth in that area as well. But hopefully the prices are going to come down. But no, that would be awesome. Like I say, it's a good versatile platform, and that's what I love about the Ruger Precision Rifle. So speaking along those lines, we've seen this big trend recently of kind of, and you've participated on it, and I'll bring it up. When you're thinking about getting into long range shooting, so you have options of getting a basic factory gun, a semi-custom type gun, or then basically going full end high custom, going to a GA Precision and having a gunsmith build something for you. we've seen the trend an increase in the semi-custom guns, such as Savage taking their 110s and plopping them into the MDT chassis. You have Legacy, who's been doing with Howa chassis. I mean, obviously, you've had the Ruger Precision Rifle with its own, but you just released in December this guy, the custom shop Ruger Precision Rifle in 6mm Creedmoor, which I would kind of say is a semi-custom. Reasoning behind it, and if you can talk us through the gun.
Sure. Well, that was this was really a direct request from our shooting team, in particular Doug Koenig. So I have not shot a PRS match, but I think I understand the challenge is that unlike shooting long range, let's say at FTW, when you have somebody who's really knowledgeable looking through a scope and calling wind for you,
yeah,
you've got to call your own wind, and you've got to call your own hits or misses and correct on your own. So the basic premise on this gun is a longer, heavier barrel. So it's a much heavier barrel with a very effective APA brake on it.
Yes.
And 6mm Creedmoor is not particularly heavy recoiling. And so if you combine the low recoil, the good brake, and just the overall extra weight, you can see your impacts. Or if you're looking where the bullet is, you should be able to see it. You know? And then you can then correct for your own shot. And that's just critical. So, you know, functionally, it's really all in the barrel weight, barrel contour.
Yeah.
But then, you know, there's a lot of neat little things in there that just add up to, let's say, a better gun overall for somebody who's really serious on competition. But, and I think you may have pointed out earlier, Mac, you don't need to be a competitor to enjoy it. So you've got the Arca Swiss rail on the bottom, you know, inch-and-a-half dovetail. And having the tripod hold onto your gun for you, you know, that's so much better, right?
Well, I would even say it's like beyond the tripod. I mean, with the Swiss Arca rail, I mean, one of the biggest pain in the butts for me is taking on and off bipods from various guns. And unless you're rolling in dough, you're not going to have a good bipod for every single one of your guns. And with Swiss Arca, it's literally twist the knob, pull it off, twist the knob, pull it back on. It's so easy to go between gun to gun with any accessories. So even bipods, front rest, barricade stops, anything. Swiss Arca is just awesome. And I'm just amazed that it seems like finally the shooting community is finding out what every photographer knew for years.
Right. Yeah. And so the other thing, little refinements to detail. You've got little M-lock slots on either side of the magwell, and the little 1 or 2 round carriers that you can put there if you need them. Is a more vertical pistol grip, which I've never really liked the way they look. But when you settled in behind, you realize that more vertical position is just more natural when shooting from prone. Even something as simple as on the rear of the buttstock, we used to have a pick rail.
Yes.
And a lot of people just objected to the abrasiveness of that. You know, that's where your support hand goes. So now there's just an M-lock slot there. So if you want to put a hanger of some sort or a monopod or something there, you can. But otherwise, it's a lot cleaner. And then we actually throw a little piece of sorbethane for the cheek riser. And you put that in the box for people to put on the cheek riser should they want it. There was some consternation about that where some folks who were bearded didn't like it when it's brand new because it did a really good job of sticking to the beard. Ouch.
Derek, you're asking me why I'm against facial hair. That is why.
Right. So when it comes out of the box, it's quite tacky, and it sticks to everything. But after it's used a little bit, it settles in, and it's a really nice touch. And I think it's better. You know, I just keep peeling moleskin off mine and put a new piece of moleskin on. So I really need to get one of these guns to upgrade for myself there.
Well, and one thing I noticed is the interaction between the buttstock and the folding mechanism itself is just so much smoother on this gun. than the prior RPRs. It just feels solid. I know that was one of the questions that popped up on the preview videos, like how is the stock? Because no one, like, I don't think anybody can say, no one can say that the Ruger Precision rifle stock is not ergonomic or that you can't adjust it. And like, but some, you could rightfully say that at times some of them do feel clunky a little bit, and this one just felt solid as a rock.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. But that buttstock on that gun isn't any different than our regular production now.
Okay.
So we're continually, we're always working to try to make things better. It's not always easy, and sometimes when things are better, it's not only for the customer, but for us. On the factory floor, if we've got to fiddle with something, that we'd rather be making another gun rather than messing around with something, trying to tweak it. So we're always trying to refine things to make things consistently good.
Yeah.
But the one main feature I think that really sets the Custom Shop RPR apart is the Trigger Tech trigger.
Yep.
And that is a delightful trigger with some interesting technology, and there really is no creep to it. It just breaks when there's the right amount of pressure on it. It's absolutely wonderful, and the folks at Trigger Tech did an outstanding job. They're good to work with, and we're very happy to have them with us on this gun. And I would invite, if anybody of our viewers can find one of these, just even at a gun store, just try the Trigger Tech trigger out, or even if they try Trigger Tech trigger on a different rifle, it's the same feel.
Mm-hmm.
And, we're quite pleased with them.
Yeah. And so in the next couple of weeks, I am getting all of the available triggers for the RPR, which is the Timney, Jarred, and the factory trigger. And we are going to be doing a comparison video talking about which trigger is going to be ideal for what type of a shooter. So look for that.
Cool.
So we are going to have that. But no, that trigger is awesome. It's like you feel it. It's terrific. Now, one question that usually pops up is, so Ruger sells a lot of accessories on shopruger.com. Are you going to carry the Trigger Tech triggers on there, or not right now? Or
not right now. I don't know if Trigger Tech is offering them yet or not, but it was their plan to do so, I believe. So I think that remains to be seen. We're the crawl, walk, run bit. We're still in the crawl side of this thing. Getting them in and getting them in guns. So I think as time goes on, we'll see something different. But I really don't know what we're going to do at this point.
Okay. Oh, and actually, one question I had: the barricade stop, is that a Ruger design or was that somebody's?
I believe it's our design.
Yeah, because I haven't seen anything. I'm like, somebody asked me, I'm like, I believe it's Ruger's, because I haven't seen anything else like that. Because you guys did resculpt the lower receiver on there a bit.
Yep.
So absolutely, very cool. And like I say, so I have one of these, obviously. Those M-lock slots there, it took me about a week to figure out what they were, because when I got the gun, there was no spec sheet. I'm like, is it? It's like, is it just for like? It can't be for venting. Then I looked inside and I saw it was recessed. I'm like, M-lock slots. And then as soon as I figured it was M-lock, then it came to me that it was for the spare round holders, and apparently they make them in M-lock now as well.
Right.
Which was very interesting. But this is an awesome gun. So $23.99 is the MSRP, and we did the math on this. So the video is not out yet, hopefully soon. But you're pretty much, this is almost an entirely changed gun from a standard Ruger precision rifle.
Well, yes and no. The action is still the action, right? And it's still the basic gun. So there's attention to detail in various spots, and that's kind of what our custom shop is. Yeah. Custom shop is perhaps misnamed. You can't call up and custom order your gun. That's not the point.
Correct.
The point is we kind of put the details that we think most people would appreciate, put them all in, and maybe you can save a little money from what you would do if you had to pay for them all separately.
Yeah. Well, I guess from that, you have the same action, but it's a new barrel, it's a different muzzle brake, it's a new rail, barricade stop, new lower receiver, different trigger, the safety selection,
different grip.
That's right.
Different grip, different lower piece for the stock. So it's the same stock, and obviously different color. And if you wanted to make all of those changes, you'd be spending a lot more money than just buying one of these guns as soon as you can get one.
Correct.
Very cool. All right, so that was what was on my list. Mark, I'm not sure how you're doing on time. Do we have a couple of minutes to go through some of the questions?
Sure.
So one of them that came up is any plans for like RPR and 28 Nosler? And I'm assuming this is for somebody who's a hunter. And I guess, do you see people hunting with the Ruger precision rifle?
All right, well, that's a two-part question, so I'll answer the second part first. So we do see people hunting with an RPR. I have been known to sit on a whitetail with my RPR. No deer happened to wander in front of my crosshairs, so and I don't work that hard at it. So yeah, and some folks have asked for lighter versions of the RPR, which, you know, now you're starting to see a split of the whole what the gun is about, because, you know, PRS is, you know, if you put ballast on it, right, to make it heavier, so it doesn't move when you shoot it. But if you need a wheelbarrow to bring it with you, then that's probably not a very good hunting rifle. So, and if you think of it another way, as a hunting rifle, that's what an American rifle is.
Yeah,
it's an RPR and it is a hunting rig. So maybe people are looking for something in between. Asking about 28 Nosler, I think you know the official answer is we don't comment on new products.
Yes.
And 28, the Noslers are really cool cartridges. I'm not seeing a ton of demand for them.
Yeah.
And we track demand in various places. We do get some, but we're not seeing a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So then when you asked about a question, if somebody was to make a big boomstick, 3-round mag only, or they would be too tall.
Okay, fair enough.
Single shot, save the money for the customer, and this is probably what I would agree on. As long as it doesn't look fugly like some of those uppers that slap onto an AR lower.
Yeah. Looks like a piece of water pipe with a handle sticking out the side.
Yes. Okay, people are loving that you have Swiss Arca on there. And there you go. Swiss Arca rail that is on the unit is what they issued on the 6.5 PRC unit I got. Now, actually, this was a question that popped up. The rails for the 6.5 PRC are different diameter than the standard actions, correct?
I don't know. So the 6.5 PRC is kind of a bit of a hybrid.
Yes,
I believe it's mostly the standard size, but it has some machining in it that's a little more magnum. Some things are bigger on the inside. So I don't know the answer to whether or not the rails are interchangeable, if that's where the question is going.
Yeah. And I guess you can also use it, the M-lock slots for a dope card holder. Yes, you can.
Yes, exactly.
And then from Card Chart, what's the ETA new Marlin rifles coming up, or are there any plans yet for that?
Publicly we're saying later this year.
Okay.
And that's it. I'll have to remind everyone that is a huge undertaking. And it's
Absolutely.
getting all the resources of the company. I tell you, it's a big deal for us, and we're going to do everything we can to make it work. But it is not easy.
Very, very cool. Awesome. Wow. And we just spent an hour with Mark talking about Rugers. It's awesome.
and I spent an hour with you. This was great. I really appreciate it.
No, this is awesome. No, I definitely appreciate you going through, giving people an insight as to what's going on with the company, and then just kind of like informing people of what's going on with Marlin, because I mean, people love Marlin brand. I love the Marlin brand. I have like 4 or 5 different Marlins. I even picked up a Marlin Model 60, which had serial number, which was my initials and date of birth, and it was just a random gun.
Really?
Yes, I found it in an auction. I'm like, I don't need this, but I need this, so I bought it.
That how often is that going to happen in your lifetime? No, good choice.
So no, that worked out. I think we answered most of the questions, but guys, if you have a question for Mark, or if you have a product suggestion for a big boomstick, this was your chance.
Right.
Leave it in the comments, and we need to make this happen. So that was that. Mark, thank you. So keep up the good work and innovation.
Thank you.
I want to get a Ruger made Marlin. Will definitely be better QC. No comment. That's one
might
of the
have
things.
to. I might have to go pick up another Ruger rifle now to try it out.
You should.
Excellent. Thank you.
Oh. Bring back some Ruger shotguns? Suggestion.
Oh, we would like to.
So I will share this story. So every year for SHOT Show as media, you get the separate program that you get for SHOT Show Media Day. And I think Mark knows where I'm heading with this. So last year when I was going through the list, I'm noticing that Ruger had, so there's different areas at the range. So there's the small bays, there's the 1,000-yard bays, and then there's some shotgun fields. And I'm going through the booklet. I'm like, hey, Mark, are you guys planning on bringing some shotguns this year? Because you had space reserved for at the Shotgun Media Day place. And I guess that's been like that for a while.
You're very observant, Max.
So hopefully soon.
Someday.
No, that would be cool. Well, Mossberg announced a new over-under shotgun, but one of the things I would say is, so you had the Red Label shotguns.
We did.
And just attended a local auction, and those Ruger shotguns up in price. I mean, they're almost over $2,000 each because they're good guns.
They are. And try to find a gold label sometime at auction and see what you pay for that.
I did not even know about those. Oh,
they're lovely side-by-sides.
Challenge accepted.
Okay.
Although my first one is I'm trying to collect. So we reviewed the American flag, what's the name of the series? The number 4 with the American flag, the 1022.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Was it a special edition series? No, what's the name of the series? It's like
I think it's Flag series.
Collector series. That's what it was.
The CS guns. Okay, yep.
Yes. So I had the 4. I was in an auction. I found a new box number 1.
Oh, okay.
I'm like, crap. Now I got to get number 2 and 3.
Yeah. You got to be careful. You get the gun, but you got to get all the tchotchke that comes with it.
It's all about the plate. It's like, that's all I wanted.
Yep.
And I'm having people like, sell me the gun. I'm like, no, it's mine. It's my precious. Right. Awesome. But no, so if you guys have questions, leave them. I'll make sure we do have them answered for you. Yes, thank you, Mark. This was really neat hearing from Ruger's people. This is really important. It shows that Ruger is real people there. I hope that makes sense. And I mean, well, what's the company motto? It's like Ruger, we make guns for responsible gun owners, and like we're awesome people.
The arms make us for responsible citizens, and we couldn't finish this off without a call out. We've got a couple of thousand employees that come to work every day making guns, and they're working hard to get, especially in the demand the way it is. We're working very hard to get as many out the door as we can. So bear with us as we go through this, but we're doing the best we can.
Awesome. Well, Mark, thank you very much. Thank you for joining.
Thank you.
Okay.
And
you have a great evening.
So I was going to say, so hopefully we'll see you guys in April. So Derek and I will rescheduled our SHOT Show trip for April, and maybe get that tour of Prescott.
Yeah, maybe. Okay.
Awesome. All right, Mark,
care.
thank you very much. And I will see you next time.
Very good. All right. Take care.
All right.
Fun fact, my wife just sent me this. First rifle she ever shot was a Marlin. Her first pistol, it was Ruger.
Awesome. Well, I think the first rifle I bought was a Marlin Model 60 that I have in a Boyd's custom stock.
Oh, nice.
So that was fun and exciting. We totally went over the 25 minutes I had allocated for Ruger. We went for a full hour, but this is awesome. And now, like I said, the best part about Virtual SHOT Show, we don't need to walk booth to booth. We have people come to us. We have John from Tract Optics. He's going to pop on. John, you good? All right. Hello, sir.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good. Yourself?
Great. Thanks very much for the opportunity.
No, thank you for coming on. So you get to follow Ruger.
Yeah, I was listening to a little bit of Mark, and obviously a lot of great things going on there. I'm a Ruger owner myself, and great to hear they picked up the Marlin brand. We've got a couple of Marlins as well. So glad to see that brand is going to continue on.
Yeah. Awesome. So for those who are not familiar, go ahead, introduce yourself. Tell us who Tract is. Because, I mean, I know regionally, I mean, you guys have built up a really big name for yourself in the precision rifle community. You've built up a good following in the Northeast. But I would say our viewers are all across the country, all across the world. So who is Tract? For those that didn't see my prior video.
Well, my name is John LaCourte, and I'm one of the co-founders of Tract Optics. And what we are is a direct-to-consumer optics brand. My partner, John Allen, and I worked for Nikon for many years and decided to start our own optics company where, again, we're selling direct. So we're able to cut out the retail markup and build a very high-quality product, and the consumer gets more for their money. These days, optics are being marked up more than they ever have been before. And that just leads to the opportunity to cut out that retail markup and build products based upon exactly what people are asking for. The great thing about being consumer direct is we're hearing directly from the consumer. A lot of times, a lot of manufacturers are hearing from buyers, retailers, sales reps, and by the time the information really gets back to them, it's like the game of telephone. The message gets distorted along the way. So we've really just been listening to the customer and developing products based upon what they're asking for. We started out in December of 2015, so we're a fairly new company. But thankfully, we've had some great response from customers, and our business continues to grow. And folks like you give us an opportunity and a platform to talk about it.
Yeah. No, and I mean, it's a great point that you bring up. I mean, unlike so even talking to a lot of firearms dealers, they'll tell you up front, you know what? It's like there's only $20 to $50. Well, in normal times, not the pandemic that we're in right now, but normally there's very little markup on brand new firearms. But it's where the optics and accessories are that there is a lot more. And one of the comments that I made to you, so I had the 30 millimeter Tract UHD that I was hand holding a little bit for Alex before I sent it off to him. And I was looking at the image quality on that, and then I picked up a scope that was 3 times more expensive. And I was just like, wow, that's mind blowing. And then immediately after, there was another optic that I was looking at, not yours, that was also a little bit more, that tries to be a hybrid approach. And you compare their optic to a company that was going for a typical distribution model. They go to distributors, they go to dealers, and an optic that was twice the price was on par, if not a little bit less than that other optic. So it does seem like there's a lot of opportunity by going. I mean, I guess you might irritate a little bit of the dealers, but I mean, the gun owner should be quite happy with that.
Well, we totally understand the situation. There's a lot of business out there for everyone. However, I think you hit the nail on the head. Before the pandemic, these retailers were not making a lot of money on firearms. They were not making a lot of money on the ammunition. Where they were making a lot of money, like you said, is on the accessories, the optics, clothing, huge markups there. And as these retailers become more and more powerful, they end up squeezing the manufacturer more and more every year. Every year, these big box stores were coming to us and saying, hey, we need more profit. We need more profit. Well, you can't raise the retail price. So that additional profit that you're giving to that big box store has got to come from somewhere. And where does it end up coming from? It ends up coming from the manufacturer reducing the quality in order to get the numbers to work. Now, these big manufacturers, they can't walk away from the big box stores because there's too much volume. So they actually kind of become like a slave to these big box retailers. Yeah. We don't have that problem. We don't have to worry about, hitting a price point. We don't have to worry about giving these big box stores the huge profit margins. At one point, optics margins were a lot more realistic. These days, markup on optics could be 30 to 40%. So when you think about going into a store as a consumer and buying an optic from that store, you got to think about this 40% possibly, in some cases even higher, that you're paying just for the benefit of buying it through the store. So that's just really what kind of opened our eyes and really kind of gave us the opportunity to look into the direct-to-consumer model. And,
Well, I'm actually happy that you brought up the concept of, I mean, it's not just the consumer getting squeezed, but it's also a lot of the big manufacturers who are getting squeezed, because once they're in a store, they don't want to get kicked out of the store or be replaced by somebody else. And I'm just thinking, so when I bought my first gun about 13 or 14 years ago, and I remember distinctly, I mean, you can go to a Walmart, and since I was a camera guy before I was a gun guy, I looked into it, and I bought my first scope was a Nikon Pro Staff 3-9, and it was about $120 or so. And that was an awesome scope for the money. And then now you can't get anything in that price range that's going to compete with that. It's like the quality just isn't there.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a prime example. I mean, I was the product marketing manager for Nikon for 15 years. I was part of the team that designed that original Pro Staff. And honestly, it's a great scope for the money. However, as time went on, they moved the production to China, which, again, to reduce the costs because they're getting squeezed by these big box stores, and the quality just was not what it used to be. And, if you spend, time on the forums or, on the social media pages, you see that sentiment echoed constantly. These big brands that people have been, so loyal to for many years, they're saying, you know what, it's just not what it used to be. These products are not what it used to be. And the reason for that is exactly why I explained, is because they're getting squeezed. They have to try to reduce their costs. And because of that, the quality is just not what it used to be. And that's a pretty sad thing. But it opens the door for companies like us to provide a product that people buy it, and when they get it, it's really amazing how many of our customers call us up or email us or chat with us on our live chat on the website and literally say to us, I did my research. I looked at the reviews. I bought the product. I knew it was going to be good. I didn't think it was going to be that good. And that just is really reassuring to us that we're going in the right direction. Our goal is to provide the best product we possibly can for the money. We're not going to get up on a pedestal and say we're the best. And it just doesn't work that way, because there's people that look at things differently. I've had people pick up a scope that, cost a great deal of money, look through it and say, "Oh, wow, this is great." And the next guy coming to the table at the show doesn't think it's that great. So, optics are a very, subjective type thing. Everybody's eyes are different. But what we promise is that we're going to do our best to constantly and continually provide a very high level of quality for the dollar that you spend.
And it seems like you have a fan here, Jeff Jones, amazing customer service and brilliant optics. And from our prior conversations, I mean, like, it's really great to hear that, because you have more companies who are getting rid of the phone number off of their website because they don't want to talk to people. And I have not heard one bad thing about your customer service. Not one.
Thank you. Well, my partner and John Helen and I, we talk about this all the time, because it's amazing how many, technology companies, cutting edge companies, you can't find their phone number. Yeah. You search their website for hours, there's no phone number. You know what? They don't want you to call them. They want you to send an email so they can get back to you later. That's not us. Call us, we'll call you back. If we're not available, leave a message, we'll get back to you. We get back to you with emails as quickly as possible. We're on the live chat, quite frankly, an enormous amount of time every single day. And you know what? We want to provide that level of customer. unheard of these days. There's a lot of companies providing very good customer service, but it's kind of an anomaly in most cases, and not only in our industry. It doesn't matter really, where you go. We have Verizon cell and TV here. Try to get Verizon on the phone. Good luck with that. I mean, I spent an hour and a half just trying to figure out, how I can even get a hold of them. This is a major company with, millions of customers. You can't reach them. You can't reach them. That's just not us. And you know what? We are a small company. So, will we be able to continue that level of service? I can tell you we're going to try, and we're going to do our best to do so. That's the most important thing to us. A lot of these manufacturers, they're filling dealer orders. The consumer is secondary. Not with us. The consumer is first and foremost, and that's always going to be our goal.
Yeah. So I see you have stuff on the table over there. So talk us through your product lines. I guess some of your hot sellers, some differentiating points. So the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. So, I'll start off with our newest introduction, which is the toric spotting scope.
Okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull it up on your website as well.
Cool.
Oops. Hold on. There we go.
Great. So this is a 27 to 55 power with an 80 millimeter objective. So this is the kind of scope that's going to be a great aid at the range or, PRS, ELR shooting, really big eyepiece. And what that does is it just really helps, with the eye box. And the eye box is kind of the position that your eye needs to be in order to see the full field of view. And, just optically speaking, the higher the magnification, the more critical the eye relief is. So really, really large eyepiece. Super smooth helical focus. You've got a gimbal here on the side that lets you actually pivot the scope. So if you put it on a window mount in a car or you're laying prone, you can position the scope, properly. You've got a nice sliding sunshade, fully rubber armored. We are going to be launching some new eyepieces. This is a 22 power MRAD PRS reticle eyepiece. So this is basically an eyepiece that's going to have a milliradian grid in it so that you can actually, your spotter can call out your corrections. The really cool thing about it, I don't have an image of the reticle, but the reticle is actually going to be set up so it does not block your field of view.
Oh, wow.
Seen some of the competitors out there,
Really?
the reticle right smack in the middle, which is great for range finding and correction. But if you want to use the scope for anything else, it's not going to work too good. So that's the 22 power fixed. We've also got a 30 power fixed, and this is called the MRAD ELR reticle. So we've got a reticle that's kind of designed that's going to be able to, again, allow you to do those corrections, range the target. A lot of this is, again, just what customers have asked us for. When we introduced the spotting scope, the first thing that people were saying is, does it have a reticle? Does it have an MRAD reticle? And, with that, we went to the drawing board and designed the reticle. And again, we did something a little different than what's out there to try to, again, allow that user to use the eyepiece without the reticle obstructing it. That's been a really big introduction for us. Excited about it. And one of the things that we're going to be doing differently is we are going to be offering the eyepiece with the scope as a kit.
Awesome.
Want to buy the zoom eyepiece with the scope, you can do that. If you're an ELR shooter and you have no need for the zoom eyepiece, you're going to be able to buy the 30 power with the body as a kit, or you'll be able to buy the 22 power eyepiece with the body as a kit. So again, just trying to provide as much flexibility as possible and giving that consumer exactly what they want. Not having them purchase something where they're not going to use it. For someone to buy the zoom eyepiece and not need it, that's a pretty expensive component within, the scope that will go to waste. So
now, to just, I guess, a point of clarification and a question. So if somebody already purchased your UHD spotting scope, they'll be able to just buy the IP separately, and it's going to work with it. It's not going to be a redesign or anything.
No, if you already purchased the scope, all you'll have to do is purchase the eyepiece itself.
Awesome. And the second question is, will your eyepiece work with any other spotting scopes that somebody might have?
Yes, I don't have all that information out at the moment, but to answer that question, yes, there will be some other competitive models that these eyepieces will work with.
So I guess if they made the mistake of buying another product, but they already made the investment into it, they would be able to at least get a step into the Tract door.
Sure.
Perfect. Now, I'll pull it up. Can you talk about some of the actual features of the spotting scope, particularly in regards to image quality? Because how do you get such good image quality in them?
Well, the first thing is that we use Schott high transmission glass. Schott is the brand of glass that a lot of the high-end European companies use. Basically, it's some of the best glass in the world. Schott has facilities all over the world, and we utilize the facility in Japan for all of our toric products. So whether it be a spotting scope, a toric binocular, or any of our toric rifle scopes, they all feature Schott high transmission glass. And the thing about it is, if you look at the products that have Schott glass, they're all super premium products. They're extremely expensive. Because of our direct-to-consumer business model, that's what allows us to incorporate that level of glass at, quite frankly, an unheard of price. Combine that with the extra low dispersion glass that is also used in all of the toric products, you really have a tremendous recipe for not only image quality, but light transmission and incredible contrast. We really don't skimp at all when it comes to designing these products. And that really allows us, again, because we don't have to, worry about price points and dealer margins, we build the product to what we really feel it needs to be based upon customers that, have requested it. And we're able, again, to put a product out there that we feel is going to compete with products costing hundreds of dollars more.
Absolutely.
So every single lens in a toric scope features multiple layers of coating. And what that does is it allows a maximum amount of light to come through the lens. When light hits glass, there's two things that can happen. It can bounce off of it, or it can actually penetrate the glass based upon the quality and applications of the coating. If you use really good quality glass and it's not coated properly, well, then it's going to diminish the optical quality. So it's a combination of using the proper materials and lenses, as well as making sure that they're coated properly.
Awesome. So we obviously at this channel, so between my channel and Derek's channel, we cover a lot of things, but I would say the bulk of the content is on long range shooting and precision optics and precision shooting. We do have a lot of people who are getting into it. So can you explain to them the relationship between having good glass and having a good design of the product? And I guess basically then taking that conversation to people say, well, does country of origin necessarily matter when you have good optical engineering?
The country of origin to us absolutely does matter. Between John and I, we've got, I think, combined 45 years, in the optics business. And we've seen what products come out of what countries. And it's not to say that there's countries that, maybe have a stigma about them, that their products are maybe not as good. But, we know for a fact, we're very transparent. Our rifle scopes, all toric rifle scopes, are made by Light Optical Works. They're one of the foremost manufacturers of rifle scopes. They build scopes for a lot of the big brands. A lot of those brands probably won't disclose that information, but I can tell you that there's a lot of companies manufacturing their scopes in Japan. And the reason for that is because of the quality of the glass, the workmanship. When you pick up one of our products and you dial the magnification ring or, roll aside focus, you're going to see that it just feels quality because the attention to detail that we put into it it's significant. To give you an idea, the turrets on the Toric 30 millimeter and 34 millimeter, they feature a lock feature with an extremely simple zero stop. With a lot of long range shooters, they need that zero stop. It's extremely important. The lock feature for us is extremely important, and a lot of our customers have said to us that that's one of the most important features for them to have.
And that locking turret, that's just such an awesome feature, and it's amazing that you don't necessarily find it all the time, and especially when you get into higher end scopes, it's like, put it on. And like I said, so we have the video on the 30 millimeter, and I just got the 34, which is going to be on the gun that Mr. Gurney just discussed. And the color just matches perfectly with that. It's like awesome. I can't wait to have the content out. But the turrets on there are so nice and beefy, and the zero stop is awesome, and the locking turrets are just so smooth. It's awesome.
Well, we literally spent 6 months on the design of the turret, and when I say 6 months, that means going back and forth with different designs, different materials, until we found what we felt had the feeling. Because obviously, when you're shooting, you've got to be able to not only hear the clicks, but you need to feel them. And it was a painstaking process to get it the way we felt it needed to be. And, it's something that we're complimented on by a great deal of our customers. And again, it's based upon the feedback that we've gotten from them that really allows us to build these products. We could come up with ideas and hope, that things work, but, we would rather hear from you what you need, what you like. And that's what we're going to build. We're not going to build what we want. We're going to build what you want.
Awesome. So can you talk us through the scope line? So we covered the spotting scope, which looks awesome. Or I guess, do you want to talk about the binos? So I did see a question about binos.
Sure. Basically, our binocular line is called Toric as well. And we've got basically 4 models currently, 842, 1042, 1050, and 12.550. We are going to be releasing a 15 by 56 at some point in 2021. Unfortunately, with the pandemic and everything going on, a lot of things have been delayed. We've got a great deal of new products on the drawing board. Unfortunately, most of them will kind of be pushed towards the latter part of the year. But that, again, is really exciting thing for us. A lot of people are looking for, they call it big eyes. They want those big objectives and high magnification, especially the guys out west, sitting up, high and glassing all day long.
Sure.
All of our binoculars, again, feature shot high transmission glass, an ED lens, fully rubber armored, waterproof and fog proof. And when we say waterproof and fog proof, that means you could literally take the binocular and submerge it. We utilize argon gas, not the nitrogen that's normally used by other companies. And the reason for that is, argon has a much higher resistance to temperature changes than the nitrogen that's used in most, scopes and binoculars. So all of our products feature argon gas. One of the things to mention about the binoculars, and I think a lot of people will relate to this, is most binocular eye cups are built very flimsy. I could tell you, when we were at Nikon, it was one of the things that we struggled with and constantly would have discussions with the engineers because the eye cups were plastic. And, guys are hunters. This is a tool. This thing needs to be rugged. So we took a lot of time in designing the eye cups. They're all metal internals with, rubber covering, but the click on each position, I'll just grab one really quick.
Yes.
So you can actually, I don't have very much room in front of me, but you probably can hear
Oh, wow.
the positions. And once that is actually in position, I can put a tremendous amount of weight on it and it's not moving. A lot of those eyepieces out there, I mean, just bumping and rubbing against your chest, the eyepiece folds down. So again, the attention to detail and listening to what customers have said, over the past 25 years, it has just kind of given us a good background on what we need to do to correct the things out there that, maybe aren't working as well as they should be.
Yeah. So before we talk about and it's going to be a good segue to talk about the rifle scopes. Obviously, so we live in a world where and we joke about it with our mutual friend Ilya, the Dark Lord of Optics, that he keeps threatening that he's going to have his own optics company one of these days. But I was talking about it with also another industry executive. Like, hey, you want to have your own optics company? It's going to be write a check and snap your fingers. Then you can go to Asia. You can shop and you can check off like the Chinese food menu. What do you want from column A, column B, column C? They put your name on it and you have your own optics company. So can you talk a little bit about that process and then guess how my understanding is Tract is different because you throw all of that out of the water and you start from scratch?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's something that can be very easily done. There's tons of manufacturers in Asia. China being probably the country with the most startup type opportunities. But yeah, you can go to China and you can pick off the shelf, slap your name on a product and have an optic. The problem with that is your optic is going to be exactly the same as probably 10 other companies in the world. What separates us is, we design engineer the product from the ground up. So while you might see a magnification that's similar or something like that, you will not find a product that's exactly like ours because, again, we're designing it from the ground up to our specifications and having, Light Optical or Kamakura build those products for us. So that's really a big separating factor. Because we want our products to stand out, and we don't want that comparison, and that's happening right now with even a lot of the big brands. You look at the rangefinder category, and a lot of the rangefinders are the exact same model. It's just a different shell. So and that's fine. Listen, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but that's just not the way that John and I choose to run our business.
Awesome. All right, so let's talk about your scopes.
Sure. So the newest in the line is the 34 millimeter. This is a 4.5 to 30 by 56. This is the latest scope that you've got, Max.
Yes.
And again, just built it based upon the growth in long range shooting. I don't have to tell you guys, it's enormous, and there needs to be products that these people, let them achieve their goals. So the 34 millimeter was something kind of new for us because even, in our past history, we really never built those type of scopes. But, thankfully, we've got a lot of great contacts. We're lifelong shooters and hunters, and we spent a lot of time researching and talking to the right people and, developed what we feel is a great entry into that, ELR market. Again, it has the locking turrets, zero stop, comes with a 3-inch sunshade, nice consistent eye relief. All of our scopes are built to have very consistent eye relief. And that to us is extremely important as shooters because a lot of companies out there will, they'll quote a eye relief range. And that's really not truthful. The eye relief at low magnification and the eye relief at high magnification really needs to be very close. There's some products out there that actually have an eye relief difference from low to high power, almost an inch. So what that means is your cheek weld is going to be different when you're looking through that scope on low power than it would be high power. Anyone that has had any type of riflery instruction will tell you that a proper cheek weld is one of the most important things in accurate shooting. So if you can't look through the scope the same way every time, regardless of magnification, be very difficult to be accurate. So that's one of the things that we pride ourselves on, is a very consistent eye relief. Eyepieces feature very, wide eye boxes. They're as flexible as we can make them. When it comes to optics, it's all a balance. You can create a scope that has tremendous field of view, but then it's going to have a short eye relief. You can create a scope that has tremendous eye relief, but then you're going to be short field of view. So, optically, it's trying to find that balance, and that's what we feel that we are very good at, finding the balance between the specifications and the workability of the scope. Make sure that it truly functions in the manner that it should. One of the things that a lot of people ask these days is, how does the scope track?
Yes.
And to people that maybe don't understand what that is when you dial that turret, how is the repeatability, and does it truly track in the adjustment value that it's designed for? Our scopes are either MOA or MRAD, and that's, again, we've gotten tremendous feedback from users that we've done tracking tests they're on our website, they're on YouTube. The scopes are really built to perform. They're not just something aesthetic that look good. They're designed to truly perform.
Yeah, and I will add. So the first thing I noticed with that scope is that they are illuminated reticles, and so besides having the on-off in between each position, there's something magical about that switch. It just feels like it's such a tactile on-off between the settings on the illumination. I have yet to find another one that was anything close to it. I don't know what you put in there.
Thank you. We appreciate that. And I'll belabor it because the attention to detail is something that we pride ourselves on. We could have introduced the 30 millimeter scope, 6 months sooner. We chose not to because that turret wasn't the way we wanted it to be. And that's one of the things, again, that I think we have a benefit over a lot of the other companies is, we don't have to introduce products at this time of year because the dealer has to know what he's going to stock. For us, SHOT Show is really a non-entity because we don't introduce products necessarily at SHOT Show. We introduce them when they're ready, because the only, person that really matters to is the consumer. We don't have to worry about, a dealer's planogram or anything like that. We try to constantly offer new products because that's really what, continues to spur innovation within your company and interest. So, that's kind of what we did. We started out really with mostly hunting scopes in 1-inch models. The Toric 1-inch scope is still a very, very good scope for us, an excellent hunting scope with, several different models. That just, allowed us to step up to the 30 millimeter Toric and then the 34 millimeter. So it's, we really feel we've got a little bit of something for everyone, especially in the hunting and the long range market. There's a lot of requests out there for a low powered variable optic that is definitely on our radar. We hope to launch one towards the end of this year. So there's a lot going on. The 30 millimeter and 34 millimeter scopes have really proven to be extremely strong for us.
And the Toric 1-inch is the one. I was at the range here locally in Pennsylvania, and I instantly recognized the logo on a scope. So I went up to introduce myself, like, "Hey, is that a Tract Toric?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Can I take a look at it?" And I was just like blown away. I'm like, Alec, I got to get in touch. This is like a really, really nice optic for the money. I mean, just the image quality is great. And like I said, and the biggest one is low light conditions. So I guess if you live in Florida and if you're shooting in great sunny conditions, pretty much any scope is going to be okay. But in the winter environments, or early spring, late fall, and in the winter time, when you have a lot less shooting hours, if I go to the range at 3 o'clock or 4, like at 3 o'clock, it's still okay and sunny. Any scope works. But as soon as it hits like 4:30, the sun starts setting down a little bit, or it's let's say a cloudy day, you can instantly tell the difference between the image quality of a scope. So even before the toric, I had the Strike Eagle and I had my Leupold Mark V HD. Daytime, all the scopes are fine. As soon as it hit 4 o'clock, I could not see the target with the Strike Eagle. I'm like, okay, I had to go to the more expensive scope, and that's what you're paying money for. And both of the torics, so the 34 millimeter I have and the 30 millimeter that Alex is going to be doing a video on, they even downstairs in the basement with the lights close to off, the image, you can make out your targets. The image quality is just superb, and that's why you're paying the money for a good quality scope. Because if you're a target shooter, it might mean that you may not be able to shoot, but if you're a hunter, and I guess Derek, you can chime in on that, it's like you may not have a choice as to what time you go out hunting.
True. Having good glass, especially when you're out there in the field, is nice, especially in dawn and dusk situations. So you can still see what you're looking at and what you're trying to pretty much complete your objective is to take a big game. So it's hard to find a good hunting scope nowadays without spending a ridiculous amount of money. And most hunters that I know of wouldn't spend a ridiculous amount of money on their optics. I'm kind of one of those exceptions. But because I'm in the long range shooting, so I know how a really nice optic is a must have. But honestly, this is the first time I've actually gotten to sit down and actually look at your guys' optics. And unfortunately, we were going to go out and shoot with another content creator,
Logan,
Logan from West End Shooter.
Yeah.
And I was actually going to get one in my hands and actually look at it. So thank you for coming on and everything. I appreciate that.
Okay. All right, so let's go for a couple of questions before we get into it. From Drew, John, can you cover the warranty or approximate the warranties for the different product lines that you have?
Sure, absolutely.
And we do that.
We offer a lifetime warranty on all of our optics. That covers manufacturer's defects or workmanship. We do not put out a blanket policy that allows people to take advantage of the company. If you have a problem that falls outside of the warranty, call us up. We're going to work with you. You're our customer. We are never going to leave you hanging. So we want to make sure that you remain a customer. So we're going to do whatever we can to make the situation right.
Cool. All right. Where are the scopes made? I know you answer those, but
sure. So all of the toric rifle scopes are made in Japan. The Response AR scopes are made in the Philippines, and the 22 fire rimfire scopes are made in the Philippines as well. Okay.
And I guess that would be back from your connections at Nikon, because I think pretty much every Nikon scope was made in the Philippines.
At one point, yes. While I was there, basically that was the go-to facility. But they started to move production to China, which, quite frankly, was not a good move. And the quality just was not there. So unfortunately, I think that was part of their demise. They're no longer even offering rifle scopes.
Okay. From Drew, front focal plane or second focal plane optional in the various measures of zoom?
So Drew, the 34 and the 30 millimeter toric rifle scopes are all first focal plane. The toric 1-inch rifle scopes are second focal plane. We are working on some additional models that will come out later this year that will be 30 millimeter tubes, more hunting scopes, but they'll be offered in both second and first focal plane.
Okay. And actually on the topic of first or front focal plane scopes and the second focal plane scope, reticle choices.
So in the 1-inch line, we have a standard T-plex, which is similar to a duplex reticle, except we remove the thick post on the top of the reticle, so it just clears up the field of view a little bit, as well as a BDC reticle. All of the 1-inch scopes feature either of those reticles. When you get into the 30 millimeter, we offer a standard MRAD and MOA reticle, as well as MOA and MRAD PRS, which are the Christmas tree style reticles with floating center dots. So the 30 millimeter scopes have 4 different reticle options. The 30 millimeters have 4 reticle options. The 34 millimeter scopes feature what we call an MOA ELR or an MRAD ELR, which is basically an enhanced version of the PRS reticle. So again, Christmas tree style with multiple windage correction, as well as the floating center dot.
Okay, and I'll put a link in the description when we're done to the website and where you can find the details on it, as well as the video that I did on the 30 millimeter, and then the 34 should be out fairly soon. So moving along with that, there's a question on, is this 2 to 12 toric available as a BDC?
We do have a 2 to 10 by 42 toric that is available with the BDC. It is back ordered right now, but we do have it on order.
Cool. Love for first focal plane for LEO work, and outstanding on the warranty.
Thank you.
And Roger, thank you. Cool. All right, so then we have a question. Can you say what the new 30 millimeter hunting would be available as to reticle and magnification ranges? Okay.
Sure. So right at the moment, we're looking at a 2.5 to 15 by 44. That will be available with an MOA or MRAD reticle. We're also looking at, those will be first focal plane. Then we're looking at the same magnification range, 2.5 to 15 by 44, with a illuminated plex with center dot, as well as an illuminated BDC.
Very cool. So let me get rid of that. So obviously you're a customer-centric company. Can you talk about, I guess, the difference of buying directly through you versus a model such as going to a store? If you go to a store, you can play with it. Let's say somebody's interested in one of your scopes, but they're on the fence.
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's the biggest challenge anytime you're purchasing, something online. I live here on Long Island, and I've been buying through online or catalog since I'm a kid, because there's not a lot of options to buy merchandise. So it's a challenge. But what we do is we offer a 30-day guarantee. If you purchase the product and you're not happy with it for any reason, send it back for a full refund. We're very easy to work with. We understand that there's buying online is challenging. But the benefits that the consumer receives with this direct model seems to be working for us. Thankfully, customers are very happy with the product, and if they're not, we're going to make it right.
Awesome. And so from one of your 2.5 to 15 by 44 will be perfect BDC from a very happy customer. Great. So you've got fans.
Well, again, that's extremely reassuring. But it's the questionnaires that we send out, the questions that we ask customers that lead us to what we design. So, we're not always going to satisfy everybody, but we're going to try to develop the products that are going to meet the needs of the masses.
Yeah. So speaking of the masses, one of the things we've seen recently is obviously, well, with the pandemic, obviously there's been massive growth in first-time buyers who are purchasing an AR. Can you talk, and also the increase in 3-gun shooting and run and gun type disciplines. Can you talk about your response AR rifle scopes?
Sure.
And I guess kind of like what sets them apart.
Yes. So the first thing is that they're ballistically matched as far as the reticle. Okay. So the one that you're showing on the screen there is set up for the 223-556, which, as we all know, is the most popular cartridge. But we've also got a 308 model for the AR-10 platforms, and the reticles are set up for very specific loads. But the great thing is we've got a program on the website called Impact Ballistics. And what that does is it allows you to go into that program and actually select your exact round of ammunition and match it to the reticle. So you can actually utilize our scopes for basically any cartridge and be able to tell what those marks in the reticle, the hash marks or the dots, represent for just about any cartridge made. The Impact program is probably one of the most extensive libraries of ammunition that you can find.
Very cool. And so we were talking about customer service. I mean, here's the live chat with John right there in the bottom of the website.
Yeah.
And I guess image quality wise, I mean, how much of a difference is it going to be from the Torx?
So, it's not something that you can put into numbers or anything. The Response and the 22 Fire still feature fully multi-coated optical systems. So what I could tell you is, for the money, you won't find anything optically that's in its league. It's still going to be very, very bright, very clear. It just won't be at the level of the Toric, especially at the longer ranges.
Perfect. And then, since we're on it, the 22 rimfire.
Yeah, this is an area that is unbelievable for us. The amount of rimfire scopes, the amount of rimfire rifles being sold. It's an incredible product for the rimfire. You got a 3-9 with a BDC or a Plex. You have a 4-12 with a BDC or a Plex. And it's built basically as a centerfire rifle. I've been using a 3-9 on a 308 Winchester since we started the company. These scopes are marketed as rimfire scopes, but quite frankly, they're built to a centerfire spec. From a recoil standpoint, quick focus eyepiece, hand turn reticle adjustments, zero reset turrets, just a lot of features that, really make it an excellent value for the money. And we're going to be launching at some point this year a 4-12 with an adjustable objective.
Wow.
That'll dial down to 10 meters.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so that's going to be very popular for the rimfire guys.
Yeah.
Now, I guess two questions. Number one is, in general, when somebody calls it a rimfire scope, how much difference is there with that versus a scope built for a centerfire rifle that's just a 3-9?
It's a great question. The first thing is that the parallax is usually set differently. Most centerfire rifles that do not feature a parallax adjustment are usually parallax set at 100 yards. Rimfire scopes are usually set closer. So our 3-9 parallax is set at 50 yards. The 4-12 parallax is set at 75 yards. Because generally rimfires are shot closer, that parallax is kind of important. The second thing is the adjustments. The adjustments are set at 50 yards instead of 100 yards. So each click would be 1/4 of an inch at 50 instead of 100.
Okay, so it's half-inch click, half MOA clicks, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I guess the second question related to that was, I mean, obviously we're seeing massive growth in NRL 22 or extended rimfire shooting. And you start seeing people who do want to do that, but on a regular rimfire scope, because the drop is so massive, they quickly run of internal elevation adjustment. So then they're left to having to go purchase a centerfire scope with 30 mils of internal elevation adjustment. Do you feel that there's room for a scope that has ample internal elevation adjustment, but is made to sustain recoil out of a rimfire cartridge? And would that potentially save enough money to make a difference?
I don't think you're going to save anything, to be honest with you, because whether you build it to withstand rimfire or centerfire, there's really not a cost difference in that, to be honest with you. Quite frankly, we have a lot of people using our 30 millimeter 4-20 by 50 for the rimfire series. It might be a scope that's maybe priced higher than a lot of people getting into it might want to spend, but I think there's definitely an opportunity to have a scope that might be a little more price conscious, that meets all of those needs. Just where it's built for us is extremely important. It probably has to have a 30 millimeter tube in order to have the elevation necessary to shoot the distances that, is required.
Okay. So actually, and I see Alex, Affordable Optics and Rifle Views, is in the chat. So much good information here. So Alex, when do you plan on having your scope review out? Let me go back to it. Response scopes with illuminated reticle in the future?
Yeah, certainly. It's certainly possible. If there's enough demand, we can build it. So, there's certainly a lot on the drawing board for us. As a small company, we're kind of limited to how many products we can really launch, each year. But keep the comments coming, and if there's enough demand, we're going to build it.
And this is perfect timing for prismatic optic.
Yeah, it's definitely something that is on our radar for sure. Quite honestly, trying to find a subcontractor that can build to our specs has been very challenging. There's certain parts of the world that we prefer not to have products built, and a great deal of the Prism optics are built there. So we'll get there, but unfortunately, that's been a challenge.
Okay. So, and this is actually a good segue, and there's no such thing as bad question. So, wish it was a bit cheaper, but it looks nice. So, can you possibly address that point? Because I'm sure there's some people, I guess most of the people who are buying scopes are going to be buying an entry-level scope or something that's a little bit more, and they don't necessarily get the value equation. So I guess if we can talk about, unwrap it whichever way you want. I would like it if you address it from the perspective of where is the most cost built in, and that where you're essentially what you're paying for.
So I'll just answer Ryan's question real quick. We do have actually a more affordable hunting scope in a 2.5 to 10 by 42 in the response line that's going to be coming out again latter part of this year. We did have two lines below the toric. We had a line called the Toccoa and a line called the Turion. One was a 3x zoom series and the other was a 4x zoom series. Excellent scopes, but quite frankly, our customer, the customer that was, I guess relating to us, was buying the toric. So we actually discontinued those lines just because lack of sales. We're in a different position now as a company than maybe we were then. So it's something that we've, contemplated possibly bringing back, some of those models because again, they were lower price than the toric. So hopefully that answers your question, Ryan. As far as, what are you getting when you buy a scope? The biggest cost is certainly the glass. However, metal components, while it may be very easy to mill something on a CNC machine, the tolerances and the quality control that goes into our products, we feel is a step above what maybe a lot of other companies do. We're not about volume. While we want to sell as many products as we possibly can, the goal for us is not to necessarily, sell so many scopes where we lose sight of the ability to control the quality, because that's the most important thing. We want to obviously continue to have the same customer satisfaction that we've had the last 5 years.
Yeah, that's a great point. So actually, and Alex said that he's going to have his in 2 weeks. So that's going to be awesome. So if you don't mind, I want to take a step back while we still have some time. Can you talk about what are the trends that you're seeing in the scope world? So one of the things we discussed when we were talking about my 34 is, are people buying them in millirads? And like now that seems like to be the hot topic. And then like, when would somebody, I guess if you can address, when would somebody want to look at a front focal plane versus second focal plane? And is there any practical difference between millirad versus MOA scopes, and when would possibly be one to use for the others?
Okay, you really want to open up a can of worms with that one, with MRAD versus MOA, but I'm happy to address that. Trends. Long range shooting is definitely the fastest growing trend that we're seeing. Rimfire is extremely fast growing. Those appear to be the people that we are reaching. Other manufacturers might see that 3-gun is where they're seeing the most growth. But for us, the long range shooting market has exploded. Our 30 millimeter and 34 millimeter scopes. Right now, we don't have 34 millimeters in stock, and we don't have the PRS versions of the 30 millimeter in stock. So they're selling faster than we can build them. So there's no question that long range shooting is definitely the biggest trend that we're seeing. A lot of folks looking for lighter weight optics, which is certainly important. However, the thing to keep in mind there is the higher the quality of the glass, the more dense it is. The more dense the glass, the heavier it is. So if you look at the European products, most of them are heavy, and that's because they're using the finest glass you can get. We're right along there. We would rather not compromise the optical quality in order to reduce a few ounces. So that's definitely a trend. MRAD versus MOA. MRAD seems to be more high demand than MOA. However, there's a lot of MOA shooters out there. We get the question all the time, what's better? And that is a loaded question, because one is not any better than the other. It's not a matter of better. It's which one is right for you, for the type of shooting you do, the application, the distance. The trend is definitely MRAD. I'll tell you that right now. The first words out of people's mouth is, I need it to be MRAD. I need it to be MRAD. Well, why? Well, because my buddy uses MRAD. Well, okay, but that doesn't mean it's right for you. So the difference is, they're both a measurement. MRAD and MOA is a measurement. When you look at like one click of an MOA scope, if it's quarter MOA, roughly that's a quarter of an inch per click at 100 yards. MRAD is a more coarse adjustment, so it's 0.36 per click. So some people will say, oh, well, then MOA is more precise. Well, the click is finer, which, if you're shooting at closer distances, I shoot in a 100 and 200 yard bench rest league at my local club. And I started off using the MRAD scope. But because that click value was greater in MRAD than MOA, the size of the bullseye is like the end of a pencil eraser. It's tiny. So my shot was either going too high or too low with that one click adjustment of the MRAD scope. Whereas when I went to MOA, because it's a finer click, I was able to get that round to hit more precisely closer. Now, when you're shooting long range, it's kind of the opposite, because MRAD allows you to dial that further distance in less rotation. So there's a benefit to both. You just need to figure out, what are you using it for and what's right for you.
Yeah. But along the same lines, I would also say at longer ranges, if you're the type of person who dials as opposed to holds over, if you're going into ELR, one click might make the difference between being over or under the target at those distances, and MOA would work a little bit better. And I guess that's why the F-class shooters, generally my understanding is all F-class is MOA. Yeah.
The margin of error, I think a lot of people maybe put too much emphasis on that margin of error. Most rifles can't shoot accurately enough to show the difference. Yep. So, that's just kind of something that I think people don't realize. At 1,000 yards, that difference, even the difference between, MOA and, shooter's MOA, it's in my opinion, it's insignificant for most rifles, because
That's very true.
Even custom rifles that shoot, half a minute at 100 yards, that difference between shooter's MOA and standard MOA is well under the parameters of what that rifle can shoot.
Yeah. So I'm going to interject this comment in here. He explained that exceptionally well. I kind of knew that, but now it really sunk into my dinky brain. Thank you.
You're welcome, Drew.
So along the same lines, dirty versus clean reticles. And I think this one is even more divisive than MRAD versus MOA. So what are you seeing from the sales perspective? And I guess kind of going back to is when would one be more appropriate than the other?
I've used the term Christmas tree because
Yes.
that's what people are saying. That's what people are saying to us. Do your scopes have a Christmas tree? And, I think a lot of people don't even really know how to use it, nor do they use it, but they want it. And that's fine, as long as it doesn't get you into trouble where, the reticle becomes too confusing for you. There's some reticles out there that are extremely precise, but, I consider myself, somewhat of an experienced shooter. And when I look at those reticles, I don't know how you don't get confused by them. But that's me. There's people that look at that reticle and think it's the greatest thing in the world. So,
sorry, John, you didn't get the memo that the more stuff you put into the reticle, the better off it is. It doesn't matter whether you know how to use it or not.
Well, I could tell you, as I'm getting older, so are my eyes, and I don't see things the way I used to. And every time I go to the range with my son, or I was just at the range with my partner John Allen's son, and it's clear that their eyesight makes a difference in their ability to shoot.
Absolutely.
And when you look at some of the reticles and what we've designed into our reticles, we try to make them functional but simple. And that, I think, allows us to attract to a lot more people, because guys that are getting into long range shooting and, have been using a Plex their whole life, when they look at that Christmas tree, it's intimidating. Yeah. It really is. But you know what? As long as you explain to them how it works and let them get behind it and spend some time, burning some powder, people figure it out.
Yeah. John, do you have some time to go over some more questions?
Of course, yeah.
All right. So, question from Alex: what makes the price difference between the 6-24 and a 5-25 as a general statement? What makes one more expensive than the other than quantity of production?
Yeah, quite frankly, it depends on who's building the scope. In a lot of cases, there really isn't a tremendous cost difference between a 5-25 and a 6-24, but it's an opportunity for manufacturers and dealers to make more money. So, if you look at most 8-power binoculars and 10-power binoculars, they're different price. They're usually $20, $50, $10 more, whatever it is. But the manufacturing costs are actually pretty close. So it's just really the marketability of being able to charge more for higher magnifications.
So, and is this, can you reiterate, is it from the OEM charging people more, or is it from the manufacturer? Let me rephrase that. From the manufacturer or the company that's going to market the scope that they're choosing to do it?
In a lot of cases, it's both.
Okay. All right. That answers that. Because, you would equate a larger erector with more money. And I guess people are used to, or is there not that much of a difference, let's say in a 6-24 and a 5-25 versus something that has a 6-time erector?
Well, yes, but you're talking about, if you're talking about the erector, when you go from a 30 millimeter to a 34,
okay,
that's the difference.
Okay.
When you have the same basic optical concept, they're both 6-time zooms, 5-time zooms, and you go from one manufacturer to another, it's not a drastic difference.
Okay. Very cool. That answers that. And you knew this one was going to come up at some point. Any plans for a different finish color? Just curious. The current gray is very nice. And I believe this is one of your existing customers.
Yes. So we decided to when we launched the Toric line, we wanted to be different, and we didn't want to be lost in that sea of black scopes that everyone else does. And there's a lot of manufacturers. The Vortex Razor's a beautiful scope, beautiful color, and we decided to go with a color that we felt was really going to match up with a lot of the chassis rifles, the custom guns that are being built, because a lot of them are being built and they're being Cerakoted in grayish colors. So that's why we developed the Toric, in that graphite color. But we are working on a color for the 1 to 8 low power variable that is kind of, I don't want to give too much away, but it's going to kind of fall in between the Toric and a black matte. We should have some samples pretty soon, and just from what we've seen from images, it's really going to be a beautiful color, and we might even use that on some of the Toric rifle scopes coming up.
And what I was going to say is the current color, it matches that gun perfectly. It's like, I guess I can find some pictures and I'll post them up, but it's like, it's awesome. It's a really, 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 really good match.
Well, I think I mentioned to you that I got a Ruger Precision rifle, one of the first generation models, and the first thing I did is have my buddy Brian Hogan Cerakote it for me, and it matches the scope. And when you showed me that gun, I thought maybe you had done the same thing, but that's actually a factory color, which is pretty cool.
Yes, dark bronze, please.
Okay.
So there's a comment. So MOA is easier for me to understand, and I guess for some people it just 1 inch, one MOA, 1 inch.
And you know what? That's fine. Stick with it. If that's what you're comfortable with, there's nothing wrong with it. There's guys that shoot successfully with MOA, and there's guys that shoot successfully with MRAD. You just don't be intimidated by what other people say. You've got to decide and get out to the range and spend time and just figure out what works for you. I've been an MOA guy my whole life, but I've forced to shoot MRAD because I got to know how to use it. I got to be able to talk to customers. Mm-hmm. And transition for me was not that great. Initially, I can tell you it was a little bit confusing. We were out at a range in Utah when we were launching the 30 millimeter scope, and MOA had been so ingrained in my head, especially with the particular rifle that I was shooting, that I felt like a dope, but I had to take out my phone and get my calculator out and figure it out because I didn't have a ballistic chart set up, and but once I kind of got past that initial shock of it being different, it's no different. You use a ballistic program, and that program's going to tell you exactly what you need to do.
Awesome. So Ryan, I think he joined a little bit earlier. So you answered the warranty question, which was the scope is warranty for life. Is the warranty transferable?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And then Alex kicked in and he mentioned that as well. So I guess, does someone need to register it, or we need proof of purchase, or how does that work?
No paperwork. You don't have to register it. If you physically have it, that's all we care about.
There we go. And awesome. I love it when the company backs for products. And I guess the final question we had on here was any plans for 1 to 6 or 1 to 8? You mentioned it briefly, but I guess if you can. Yes,
it will most likely be a 1 to 8 by 24 30 millimeter tube. We're looking at second focal plane with illuminated MOA and MRAD.
Awesome. Any rough, is that going to be in the Toric line, or is that going to be, okay. Yes, any idea roughly what something like that should be about it?
It's going to be in the neighborhood of $1,000. It might come in above it. It might come below it. One of the biggest challenges we're facing, and I'm sure everybody's facing it, with this pandemic, not only has certain material costs risen considerably, but the transportation costs have risen. In some cases, it's costing 3 to 4 times what it cost prior to the pandemic to have a product shipped from our factory, to our warehouse in Pennsylvania.
Wow. And actually, so Drew had a question. He asked it earlier. I apologize. I missed it. Drew, thank you for bringing it up again. Do you offer polarized glass for LEO or military applications?
We don't. I'm not sure if there's filters out there that you might be able to buy from an aftermarket standpoint, but we don't offer them.
And Derek, you'd have to explain to me what the application for this would be.
The application, and that's actually a really good question because I haven't seen a lot of scope companies do it anymore or even offer it. Polarization over your lenses, it takes the glare out from when you're looking at a subject. It keeps it a lot more clear. It was a big help, especially when you work out in the desert like I did, and it's nothing but sunny 75% of the day. So it helps out a lot, especially when you're mid-range, long-range. So
very cool. And yes, Derek has. That's why I went directly to him, because I knew he would have that answer. This is actually asking for a friend.
That's about the normal answer.
Let me answer. So Ryan, we go back to when we do the replay, or just go back about an hour, and we talked with that rifle with Mark from Ruger. But the MSRP on it is $23.99, and street price should be $2,100. You can read between the lines. I have a Ruger precision rifle custom shop, but I do not have this one. Hopefully soon. As soon as I get the word that I can discuss it, I will release the video. It's done. It's waiting there on YouTube. I just need to hit publish, but not yet. So you can read between that. Okay, well, somebody had like shooting for windows and windshields.
Yeah, that's a nice way of putting it.
Okay. I think this is actually a great way to put it. Quality doesn't cost, it saves one money. In that, you don't waste the investment on the first pull quality scope that you purchased prior to the Toric.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fantastic way of saying it, and everybody's heard the term, buy once, cry once. I've always been an advocate for good quality optics. Even though I grew up hunting the woodlots of upstate New York where shots were close, we still, knew the benefit of good quality optics. Used to see guys go out and, buy beautiful Browning rifles and, put a $29 scope on it. Not that it didn't work, but, it was never kind of, my family's way of doing things. We always used good quality products, and you bought a product, you had a good reputation behind it, and you used it like a tool, and it hopefully it performed for you. So a lot of people, I think, have gotten away from that thought process that spending money on the optic is not as important as the rifle. There's a lot of people that feel, you should spend more on the optic than the rifle. The rifle, you can get the rifle to shoot, with a hand load or whatnot. But if you can't see what you're, aiming at, or your scope doesn't track, or it doesn't hold zero, then, that expensive rifle is not going to do anything for you, because your sighting device is not going to allow you to hit what you're aiming at.
So on the polarization for Florida is also a help where I live, and he's shooting targets. All right.
I could see that.
So, and this is so I saved for 1 year to get my first great optic.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you.
And it's a great point. And I think it's especially important because, I'm just recalling to when I started getting to the rifle worlds about 14 years ago, the standard advice was go buy a Remington 700 Police and 308, get some Federal gold medal match ammo, and then go spend. So you're going to spend $800 on a gun, spend at least $800 on an optic, and it's going to be good. Right now, however, and as we know, you can go buy a $350 Ruger American or a Savage or a Mossberg and go shoot one MOA. So with those rifles today, the precision and the accuracy you're getting there is good. So I'm wondering are some people now basically thinking, well, if the cost of the rifles has come down, shouldn't I spend less money on a scope as well? Or it's an interesting point, because I mean, I can kind of see that being what somebody's question, because, well, I just spent $350 on a scope. I'm sorry, I spent $350 on the rifle. I don't want to go spend $800 or $1,000 on a scope.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly makes sense, and there are a lot of good optics out there, that are lower priced optics, and there's nothing wrong with that. When I started out, I certainly couldn't afford certain scopes, but I kind of realized what I wanted, and based upon what people who had a lot of experience taught me, I didn't skimp when it came to the scope. You got to decide what's right for you. Our products might not be right for you, and they might be a great fit for you. That's what you have to decide. As far as pricing, we try to put a realistic markup on our product that allows us to keep the lights on in the warehouse and put food on the table. We're not looking to take advantage of the direct-to-consumer brand. The whole goal is to give it to you, to give as much to the consumer as we possibly can. So when you look at optics and what you're spending for some brands, you're putting a lot of money into a dealer's pocket, and there's nothing wrong with that. If you're more comfortable doing that, great. But for us, we would rather see you put a great product on your rifle or wear a great binocular around your neck, and that extra money that you would have spent by buying a similar product, a similar specifications through a retailer, you take that money and you do something more constructive with it.
Perfect. So we've talked for about an hour. Awesome products, awesome company. I think people loved how customer-centric you are. So if somebody is going to Tract website and they said, hey, you know what, I need to purchase an optic, so we know between the rimfire and the other scopes, but what would kind of be like the 1 or 2 points that somebody would decide between going with the AR series versus the 30 millimeter versus the 34?
Yeah, a lot of it is application, and we try to put it in the description, the best usage of that product. But there's guys that they prefer to use higher magnification, even though maybe they're only shooting out to 300 yards. So the best advice we can give, if you're unsure, give us a call, send us an email, chat with us online. We're there to help. We want you to make the best decision possible, and we'll do our best to help you do that. But I think a lot of people sometimes are maybe hesitant, fearful, and I think that's because a lot of times you go into a gun shop and it's intimidating. A lot of times people don't know the right questions to ask, and they're afraid to ask, and don't want to come across as a newbie. But that's not us. If you have a question, just get in touch with us. We'll be more than happy to help you make the best decision. The last thing we want you to do is go to our website and buy a product that you're not sure if it's right for you. We want to help you make that decision. So, reach out to us. We're more than willing to walk you through the whole process.
Awesome. So I guess to sum it up, customer-centric, direct to consumer to save you a bunch of money, good quality internal components, 30-day money back in case you bought it and you don't like it, and a lifetime transferable warranty.
That's right.
There you go. Awesome. So it looks like we went through all of the questions, and we've been on for 3 hours. Yay. 3 hours, and we're still sane. If anybody, Derek, did you have any questions while I'm going through?
No.
What are your impressions?
My impressions are I'm very shocked. I'm actually want to get a hold of one of their optics now and try it out. I really like the looks of everything I've read about it and everything. And now I kind of really wish we were at SHOT Show, so I could have shot, or at least I'm in Vegas, so I could have shot, what's his face's rifle with it, but
Logan's or mine, or
yeah.
Well, if Alex was planning, but I think he was the second person who bailed out. Canadians are afraid of what's happening in our country.
Oh yeah, that's why
I swore I wasn't going to talk about politics. Dear YouTube overlords, please don't demonetize me. Okay, so I think it looks like we covered all the topics. John, it was a pleasure having you on here. Thank you for the education. Thank you for sharing the news of some of those products. So even though and even though you weren't going to be at SHOT Show, kind of like that was the whole point of these live streams. I want to bring companies that would or would not be going to SHOT Show to kind of give something back to the gun community. And I think a lot of people appreciate being able to come on and ask you questions directly. And I guess it's better than the phone number because they can type it in chat and you're right here. But it's good to know that there is a phone number that people can dial up and you're there willing to work with them and get them the right scope for the right price and make sure you're going to be a customer for life.
Well, thank you so much for the opportunity. I really appreciate it. And, we love these type of opportunities. So, gives us a chance to connect with people.
Awesome. All right, John, thank you very much, sir. And we will see you soon, I'm sure.
Thank you, guys. Take care now.
Have a good one.
All right. Okay, now it's officially 3 hours that we've been on. Woohoo!
Right.
Awesome. So that was cool.
That was a lot of fun. I learned a lot about that company. Now I know why a lot of people use them. So I'm looking forward to trying their products down the road and go from there with it.
Well, as I say, and especially since a lot of your close precision shooting buddies all have one. So,
Right.
Logan, me, Alec.
I guess I'm the cool kid that doesn't.
Not yet. We will soon.
Not yet. I know.
So looking forward to new hunter types. All right. So what we've discussed. So we spent some time. And I'm really glad this format is actually working out. We've always had at least 20 people on YouTube watching the entire time, which is actually pretty good for a live stream that we didn't put much thought into. But I'm glad that we allowed more time in there because the original plan was kind of like SHOT Show. We would only I had scheduled 20 minutes per company, and then we were going to have 10 minutes of buffer. So we went for over an hour with Ruger, with just about an hour with Ruger, and we went for a bit hour and 15 with John from Tract. So that was actually really good. But I think it was good because most people, everyone's familiar with Ruger, but not a lot of people are familiar with Tract. So it gives people an opportunity. So yes, there's a bunch of people who are just showing in late. Stay on live, or you can just rewind it all the way to the back, or it is going to be available on demand. And then I will cut it down into the individual segments so you can find things that way as well. Alex, yes, okay, we can discuss and we can sum up more things. So there's a question. Titan or Tract? Which one do you like better outside of the numbers? And I think the numbers is actually what's going to make the difference.
I can honestly answer this one right now.
Go ahead.
And I haven't seen the Titan in person nor the Tract, but outside of the numbers, for me, I'm going to say Tract.
Okay.
I'm not saying I wouldn't mind getting my hands on the Titan and playing with it and trying it, but everything right now just points towards the Tract.
Okay. I would say it depends on which Tract. The image quality on the Tracts is a lot better. There's no denying that. The image quality on the Tracts is awesome. It's German shot HT glass. It is probably the best glass you can get. So I have the 34 millimeter, and I can honestly tell you that it is on par with the Leupold Mark V HD, which is pretty much twice the price, 2,500 versus 14. I like the illumination reticles. I like the illuminated reticle turrets on the Tract better. They're both good scopes, but so I would say the Titan is a very good scope for the $800. And that would be really good for extended long range 22. The downside of that scope is that it is heavy. It's almost 38 or 39 ounces, and it tracks really, really well. The only thing you have to kind of question with is, are you okay with a scope made in China? If you're not, then there's only one answer: get the Tract. But I would say they're both very good. But there's also the price. I mean, but there's the thing though. There's the price difference. I mean, that's tough. What I would say is, so here we go for the price points. If your budget is $450-ish or so, and you don't mind waiting, get the Arkin SH4 Gen 2. If your budget is $800, get the Titan. If your budget is more than that, get the Tract, the 34 millimeter. It's a fantastic scope, and that's what's going to be going on my 1 mile and probably 2 mile guns. Now, the Helix, I have not tested it yet. The Helix front focal plane is interesting. So I have not played with the Helix front focal plane yet. I've recorded the unboxing, but I haven't put it on the scope yet. And that could be interesting, and I will compare it with the SH4 Gen 2 because I just got mine. It's down there. It came yesterday. So yeah, hopefully that answers it. I mean, it's interesting. But image quality by far that one. All right, since we're doing Q&A here, Titan versus Strike Eagle. At or close to MSRP, Titan all the way. If you can get the Strike Eagle, I've seen it like Big Daddy Unlimited was $5.25. Ooh, that's tougher. If you're on a budget and you can get the Strike Eagle 5 to 25, get that. If you can do the 800, get the Titan. But I will say that there are more people having issues with the Strike Eagle, namely tracking issues, apparently. So I had mine. I didn't have any issues, and it was a loaner from Vortex. I sent it back because I made a boo-boo, and the scope dropped, and it cracked. Yes. All right, so let me add Derek back in. Derek,
Okay.
a question for you. Wait, what the hell? There we go. Northwest Guns have a YouTube channel as well, or partner here. Ryan, you should know better. Check the description. There's a link to his channel right there.
Yes, it's under Northwest Gun Reviewers. I'm using the tag Northwest Guns right now. It's shorter to do, especially when we do the live streams. Eventually, the channel will be going to Northwest Guns. But I want to jump back to the question of the Titan versus Strike Eagle.
Okay, you do that. I'm going to use the restroom real quick.
For me, I've played with the Strike Eagle. I haven't really used the Titan, but like he said, if you can get it for the 550 range, the Strike Eagle is not bad, but there is tracking issues. There has been some parallax issues also that have been reported. If I was honestly going to go for that sub $700 line, I would look at the Right-On 6-24 X3 Conqueror. It's a 30 millimeter tube. It's got over 20 mils of adjustment, and we have one right now on a Savage 110 Precision that we're using, and so far tracking's been perfect. The quality of glass is great, and I'm really enjoying it. Now we do have a 5 to 25 by 50 coming in. The X5 Conqueror, hopefully we'll have that in next week, and we are really looking forward to that one. That's one that we've been waiting to get in for a while. I do shoot Right-On optics a lot on my rifles, so I do have a lot more experience with those. Same with some Vortex. Ryan, both lifetime warranties can be transferred. Don't like track, and then 30 days send back. Great option. Yeah, that is a great option. And not a lot of companies will do that anymore. So it's nice to see some companies actually do that. And if you guys have any questions or anything like that, please just throw them up here in the chat. This is one thing that me and Slav both like. We both like answering questions, especially on videos and stuff like that. I love interacting with viewers and getting your guys' feedback. On track telescopes, ahead telescopic shade and stuff. A screw on. Is there any telescopes that have shade? Yes, actually, Vortex has on their new Gen 2 line of spotting scopes has that. Leopold on their higher end ones have it. Sightmark has it. I have one of their Latitudes. Unfortunately, it broke this last shooting season, so I'm waiting for that to get repaired. Actually, I was really impressed with the spotting scope that Track has.
You had. What about Rhydon? How do you pronounce it? Rhydon or Rhydon? Rhydon, right?
It's Rhydon.
What do they have in this price point? Because I have not looked at them yet, and I believe you did.
Okay. For Rhydon, we talking like under $800?
Sure. Because I think let's put it this way. Let's talk about the $400 price point and the $800 because those are the two most popular ones right now.
Okay, so for the $800 price point, Rhydon has the 6-24 by 50 X3 Conqueror, which is the one that we just got in a month ago that we have on the Savage 110 Precision. We've taken out the range a couple times. It shoots and tracks nicely. I have no issues with that scope at all. I have a Rhydon Mod 7 5-25 by 56 on the Lapua, but they don't make that one unfortunately anymore. But under $800 price point, they got a couple different ones. You got the X3 Conqueror, you have an X1 Conqueror that's in the $400 price range, but you're talking like the 1-inch tube scope. You got your X3 3-15 by 44. Which I haven't had a chance to play with yet. Honestly, that was the scope I was looking at if I got that impulse rifle.
All right. So there was a question, and we any coverage on New Frankfurt Press. And look at what I have up. So they just...
my wife's going to hate you now. And she's watching out in the living room, too.
Wifey, he's not going to buy anything. I'll try to get Frankfurt to send him one. Hold on. I think I just got an email.
Hold on. You know that press that we were talking about, the new single stage? That looks like the one from a company over in Italy that wanted me to buy. That's quite interesting. I do like their new powder measure, though, just from the picture.
So I just thought I saw an email. All right, that's Crimson Trace. All right, I can't find it. All right, so let's take a look at this. So we have a single stage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, come on. Why do I have to put the stupid coming soon?
I'm going to answer Ryan's question real quick. Ryan, answer your question. Me and Slav have known each other for about a year now.
Yes. So for those who basically don't know, you'll see a lot of interaction between Derek, Alex, which is Affordable Optics, Card Shark usually pops in, and Steven, Bullets for Bucks, in New England Shooting Gallery. I started about a year ago now, a private group for gun content creators in that same range. So basically we've been interacting, we collaborate, we do some stuff together. That's why actually Alex and I last year, I dragged him to SHOT Show. And then this year I was going to drag Derek, and then it went kaput. All right. Interesting.
I've actually got a video coming on that here soon. those universal seating dies that they have.
Okay. I was looking at those. So I have the regular press, the first one that they have, the coaxial.
Oh yes, the one that's like the
The
everybody said
Forester.
they copied the Forester. Yeah.
Yes. I have two of them. The first one's broken. And basically what it was is the metal pad just kind of bent. I like a lot of the features on the presses, but I'm not a fan of the build quality, honestly. And there was a little bit of slop on that one. So what we're seeing with this single stage, the first thing I'm noticing is it's a standard bushing. Actually, it looks like it has a quick detach bushing.
I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I like the open design on it. Reminds me a lot of my Mech Marksman press I have.
Mm-hmm.
And I absolutely love that press because I have two presses also. I have the Hornady, not the Hornaday, the Hornady lock and loaded press that my wife got me a couple years ago for my birthday. And then I have the Mech Marksman that I use for all my bigger calipers.
Okay. You know what's going to bother me, though? And I think it's a rhetorical question, but I know the answer to it.
Yeah.
It's going to be made in China. Probably. But it could still be a decent press. And it looks like the handle would be ambidextrous. It looks like the handle is right in the center.
Well, I guess the thing is, you got to look at it this way, is I think they're looking at it as a more of affordable option for somebody to get into. Because if you look, Lee really does have the market for that because they make a press that's $50, $60. Now, I'm not knocking on Lee at all. I wouldn't buy it.
But you also have the Lyman, I think, in this range. Now, actually, here's a question. Can you prime on this one?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. RAM rides and ball bearings for smooth operation. Okay, loads up to 338 Lopwa cartridges. It would be interesting to see if it loads 33 XC and 37 XC. Integrated LED light, which is actually really cool. So I do like that.
That's probably what's off of the far side there on it, because I was wondering what that was.
So the LED light, yeah, there's the button. I see it in the back.
Yeah.
So kind of like where the mouse pointer is right there. That's the back over there. I think the light's sometimes a little too bright, but it works. All right. Compatible with standard 7/8 by 14 dies. And 1 1/4 inch dies. Interesting. Standard shell holders. And you can select it for if you want a cam over or a stop, and solid steel rod frame pillars. Okay. Interesting. So it's 149. All right. And then, we have a case activated powder measure.
I like the new powder funnel set.
Yes, it's aluminum. Well, you know exactly who that's going after. Area 419.
Well, it's also going after Lyman.
Oh, yes, they have one too. Yep.
Yeah, but I like the way the case is set up better on that one.
I do. And it's only $29.
That's not bad.
Okay. And so basically the whole point of the metal one, aluminum, is they have a plastic one right now, which works really well. The problem is, though, you can get static on there and you'll have a few grains of powder just sticking on there. All right. And then $6.99. Wait, is this $6.99 complete with bullet and?
That's what I want to know.
Compatible with Frankfurt Arsenal case feeder and bullet feeder sold separately. What? 10th station?
What?
10th station.
I'm looking at it right now with you. Oh my God. 10th station. Wow. Cartridges up to 30-06 length. So that's doable.
All right. Inline primer pocket swaging. Huh. Spring-loaded case locator buttons. Loads cartridges up to 30-06 in length. Shunt plates for popular length cartridges. All right. Let's see. Designed by reloaders for reloaders, Frankfurt Arsenal FX10 is a 10-station automatic indexing reloading press, purpose-built from the ground up to be the ultimate progressive reloading press. At its core, it features rigid steel construction, multiple ball bearings, and proprietary 10-station gear-driven rotating shell plate, which all combine to virtually eliminate powder spillage and bullet tipping. FX10 offers innovative improvements like dual decapping stations to prevent primer drawback, inline primer pocket swaging capability for both small and large primers, and the ability to run powder check and case trimming dies.
You got my attention.
All right. Daddy is going to be making an email soon. Sorry, Daddy refers to himself in first person.
I'm okay. Franklin's
so
got
I load
my
right now on a Hornady lock and load, and one of the issues I sometimes run into is that because it's 5, I will sometimes have to make a choice between running a powder cop die, which I always recommend running on a progressive, and using the Lee factory crimp die.
See, I don't have a progressive yet. This is one thing that me and the wife were talking about getting.
Okay. Let me see. Do they have a video on this yet?
Oh,
Okay, that's weird. So I'm searching for FX10, and my Titan scope video pops up. Now there's not. It looks like there's no videos yet. Okay.
See, another thing from Frankfurt Arsenal I was going to get was that case trimmer that attaches to the drill.
All right. So they got my attention. I still wouldn't do rifle on this, but you know what? Though, if things get really, really bad, you might want to.
I would actually do my hunt and loads on it.
Well, if you can swage it, and if you can trim it on one press, that could be interesting.
I would do my hunt and loads on it. I mean, I wouldn't do my precision loads, but I mean, I would definitely do my hunt and loads on it. It goes up to 30-06.
All right, so it looks like, though, the shell plate is for the bottom portion, like right there.
Mm-hmm.
And the dies, it's just 10 fixed stations. It doesn't look like it's a removable shell plate to me.
Well, the shell plates do remove because I found that option last night.
Or unless they're calling the bottom thing the shell plate for the different calibers.
Yeah, that's got to be the shell plate.
Okay. Well, but it's not like the Lee Classic turret press where you can just get a removable die head.
Gotcha. Okay. Kind of like a Dillon.
Yes.
Gotcha.
All right. That looks interesting. That looks really interesting. And guys, so I do have if you want to purchase anything from Frankfurt, I do have it's either a 10 or 10% off anything, or if you're a first-time purchaser, it's 20% off. So join the squad that way. There's a join button down there. Hit it and send me an email. And actually, there's a link there to the coupon code. And it's all good for 10 or 15% off of anything on Frankfurt Arsenal, as well as Crimson Trace and all that stuff. And if you guys loving this, I mean, we've been on for almost 3.5 hours. If you want to support the channel, send a super chat or become a channel member. It does mean a lot. So we can continue doing this. And we do so we'll continue with this. But just to give you guys a quick update, tomorrow we do have 2 more companies scheduled. So we're going to be joined by Darkstorm Industries at 6:30 p.m. Eastern. So I know they have some new product coming out. Plus, you can ask them anything you want. And we also have Anarchy Outdoors, talking about their precision rifle parts that they make for pretty much any gun. And it looks like Savage or Rock Island might also join us tomorrow. And I think instead of doing like the 20 minutes, I do like the fact that we have somebody for an hour so we can really have a good conversation and answer all of your questions and such. All right.
Okay, I like Ryan's comment. You got to put this one up on the screen. No, Ryan, not Drew.
This one?
Yeah, that's
Send me 1, 2 daddies. Oh, Dad. Well, this is my special occasion Adidas. I only bust this out for certain events. Right. Well, so if you want 100 extra entries, there's a code for extra entries for Squad members. So hit join and you get a code in there. Go to the community tab, and members do get extra entries into the giveaway. And we have 11 more days, and then we're going to draw the winner there. I have a wet tumbler and case prep center. Yeah, so Frankfurt Arsenal, they make a lot of really, really good stuff. A lot of it is made in China. And honestly, so the only thing that bugs me is when they released a new product, there were issues that people were having. They had issues calling up customer service and getting a response. Part of it was because the company was splitting up. So Frankfurt Arsenal and all the other Battenfield brands were under the American Outdoor Brands umbrella, which was Smith & Wesson. They split the company into two and they're separating, having their divorce. So a lot of things were falling through the cracks. And to be honest, I've had really good relationships with them, but I have not been able to get an email back from my contacts who are there. So I don't know if they're just busy or whatnot. The M press is the coax press from FA. Yes, that is correct.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you, Ryan. It bugs the hell out of me when people pronounce it Hornaday. It's just, it's ridiculous. It's Hornaday. All right. Any thoughts on 8.8 Western? Is there a place for it? And we know that means 6.8.
Hunting.
So we covered this in the very beginning, but I guess let's do that anywho for the people who've come on now.
It's places for hunting. Honestly, I don't see it for long range precision shooting. Not quite yet. If anybody does adopt it, because honestly, 6.5 PRC has that market.
And that was my point as well. I'm not a hunter. So the marketing case for 6.8 is heavier bullet weights than 6.5 Creedmoor, 6.5 PRC, and 270 WISM. More energy than 6.5 Creedmoor, 6.5 PRC, and 7mm Rem mag. But it has less recoil than 300 Win Mag, and 300 PRC. So, and this is actually a great point. So one of the things that they did is they essentially redesigned 270 Win to be inherently more accurate by pushing the shoulder back. They also changed, more importantly, the twist rate for the barrel. Instead of 1 in 10, it's a 1 in 8. And what 1 in 8 will allow you to do is shoot heavier bullets. The biggest issue, and I'm sure Derek would probably agree with me on this, is it's people don't understand why they just didn't go up to a 7mm, because for hand loaders, there's not a lot of bullet choices in 6.8, especially on the heavier side.
No, there isn't. And to answer the question that we have up on the screen right now, you also got to take into consideration the 270 Win was designed nearly 100 years ago. So there wasn't the technology back then as there was now. But honestly, I wasn't a 270 fan until my wife got me into it. And then we got my son a 270. So inherently, I'm more veering towards the 270 for a hunting cartridge. because it's more traditional. The 6.8, it's really gonna have to sit there and play a factor for me to really adopt it. That period. And the problem is, like Slav was just saying, is that there is not a lot of good projectiles for this. This is the reason why the 6.8 SPC and the 6.8 REM didn't make it.
What's 6.8 REM? I've never even heard of that.
It's another term for 6.8 SPC.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I mean, also 6.8 SPC had the issue. You had the Spec 1 and then the Spec 2. And it's like, I would say basically the biggest one is when we're going to see rifles for it from manufacturers other than Winchester and Browning, if we do. I do think there's a place for it, and I understand the case for it. I just don't know if it's going to have widespread adoption. And honestly, what I'm waiting for is for Hornady to do neck up the 6.5 PRC to 7 PRC.
Yeah, I mean,
and that would be an even better hunting cartridge because now you have the same case capacity, more energy, less recoil.
And honestly, I see a lot of wildcatters laughing at this conversation right now because especially people who are like the 7 Shermans and stuff like that are like, we're shooting our cartridge that's inherently 300 feet per second more, and it's going to get the job done where you have more options.
But
you have to reload for it.
Yeah, but as we know, the vast majority of the people buy their ammunition. They want to be able to know that if they go hunting and their bags get stolen or whatnot, they can go to Walmart, buy a box of ammo, and still not ruin the trip.
And I guess for me, the biggest joke in the marketing issue for this is it's better than the 7mm mag. I'm sorry. It's not better than the 7 mag.
Well, we're not saying it's better. It has more energy than 7mm run mag.
I doubt that.
Yeah. Time will tell. I think it has potential, but I think it, as Mark, go back to the beginning of the video when we had Mark from Ruger come on, and we do ask him and we talk about this, and he can answer that question from the manufacturer's perspective. I think right now, it's a difficult time for new cartridges because manufacturers are not going to go out and create new guns in a new caliber when they can barely keep up with demand for existing cartridges.
Hornady is a prime example of that with the 300 PRC. It wasn't real popular at the beginning of last year, and then it just struck like a match and took off like a wildfire.
Yeah, well, 6.5 PRC is a much bigger win than 300. It's much more popular. So, I mean, time will tell. Like I said, they do have Browning, which is good.
They got stuff to back it, which is great. I mean, that's more than what we can say Federal did with their last cartridge. So,
well, we're not going to go talk about 224 because that's
no. I'm looking right at a 224 Valkyrie right now, as we said, and I have nothing bad to say about it. I just think they market hyped it up so much.
Yes,
and then when Sierra messed up the bullet for it, it really killed off. But
here's the thing, though. There was something truly wrong with 224 Valkyrie in the launch. The whole point with it is 6.8 Western. It uses a Magnum bolt face, I'm assuming, correct? Yes.
I want to say yes, because if they're trying to market it against the PRC, they're going to have to.
All right, so that's actually the good news for that cartridge. The problem with 224 Valkyrie was that it's a cartridge that they came out with for a style. It was designed primarily for AR-15s. The problem is you need a different bolt face for it. So, I mean, even like, what was it, the 22 Nosler still used the 223 bolt face, if I recall correctly. For 224 Valkyrie, you need a 6.8 SPC bolt face, and that wasn't popular to begin with.
Yeah.
And then it was designed around a 90 grain bullet, and there was no 90 grain bullet. Sierra had to make it. And when they launched the bullet, the jackets were flying off of the bullets. There were issues with those in the beginning, and that's what just killed it. And people are just a little peeved off on that.
Well, plus the barrel twist rate and everything else.
And then there's that whole thing. So and it actually what happened seems like when the 90 grain bullet jackets started flying off, some of the manufacturers, they went with a different twist rate to go with lighter bullets. And then you basically just have this whole thing. So even the Mossberg MVP precision that I had in 224 Valkyrie, the only factory load that shot under 1 MOA on it was the Precision Hunter, which was the 55 grain bullet. Or 65.
And at that point, there's no point in having the Valkyrie when you can do the same thing with the 220.
It was faster than 223, but yeah, I mean that's the issue with it. So Drew, thank you very much. Thank you. Awesome. And I do appreciate that quite a bit.
There's a 6-hour question in there for you.
Yes. Buying 6.5 PRC loading dies was a horrible experience in shell plate and holder. Okay. We'll have to have a conversation about that. All right. So yeah, I was looking for the 6-arc question. Okay. So that's my issue with 6-arc right now. I'm still building one, but I don't reload yet. So hope to see more factory loads. So the good news here is 6-arc is inherently a better caliber than 224 because it uses the more popular 6.5 Grendel bolt face, which in a pinch, if you really needed to, you can use a 7.62 by 39 or 220 Russian. And it's effectively 6.5 Grendel neck down with the shoulder bumped back. The other thing is that if you go into the bench rust world, you have calibers like 6 PPC. There's a bunch of calibers that use that bolt face. So
6 BR, 6 PPC.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. Yeah, you're right.
So it's so for example, for a manufacturer like Ruger, it's easy for them to make a bolt action gun because you take any 6.5 Grendel gun and just put a new barrel on it, and you can shoot 6-arc. You don't need to re-engineer anything, and it's the same magazine, same everything. And I also have 2 6mm arc guns right now, and I have 2 more barrels, possibly 3, that we're going to do with it.
This guy.
I have a Ballistic Advantage 18-inch that I bought. I have a Proof Research 18-inch carbon fiber, and I really want to do a 12.5-inch.
What company was it that makes a 26-inch barrel for the 6mm arc I was looking at?
Pretty much anybody can spin one up.
Yeah.
But like I said, the challenge with 6-arc, and here's the thing though, with 6-arc, you have a lot of manufacturers who signed up for it. Howa is going to, Mossberg is going to, read between the lines, but Ruger is going to. They didn't give me the official word, but I suspect they will. Actually, I lied. I take it back. Ruger has made 6mm arc ARs because Hornady reached out to them, and a lot of the media sample guns that were reviewing the 6mm arc magazines were put together by Ruger. And some of the bolt guns were Uintop Precision, but officially they're not making any, there hasn't been any announcements or anything, but I suspect we probably see a Ruger American in 6-arc, considering we have a 6.5 Grendel.
Yeah, that would actually be a smart option for them to do.
Yeah. And I think we'll probably see ARs. But once again, though, in the place we are right now, they can't keep up with 223 demand, that it's tough for them to kind of go out there and do 6-arc. But I know for a fact from Mossberg, they were going to have them, but they pushed everything back towards later in the year. So I feel comfortable with 6-arc. Ammo-wise, yes, there's only 2 loads right now. We're going to see Precision Hunters shortly. And kind of go, I would say the life cycle of ammo. So usually, and the difference now versus 2012, in 2012, and we kind of joke about a 45 gap and 40 Smith & Wesson, because in a time of a crunch, first people would go out, and the first ammo that sells out is going to be the 9 and the 223 and the 7.62 by 39. And if you had a 40 or a 45 gap, you can always go to the store and find some 40 or 45 gap. Right now, we kind of went through that cycle that even the 40 and the 45 gap, everything is sold out. So now you're at that point where, okay, well, what's the first ammo that's going to come back onto the market? And it's not going to be the 40 or 45 gap. It's going to be the common calibers.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing with 6 ARC. They are producing ammo, but for producing a hell of a lot more everything else, and for a new manufacturer, it just doesn't necessarily make sense. But if you hand load, it's a lot easier. Brass is available. Plus, you can always neck down 6.5 Grendel brass to 6mm arc.
Mm-hmm.
So what I would say is, if you really want to get into that caliber, get 6.5 Grendel AR, and then when 6 arc is more readily available, just throw on a new 6mm arc barrel, and that's all you would basically need. And 6.5 Grendel. The other thing is 6.5 Grendel is cheap to shoot because it's very popular in Russia. You have Wolf, Tula, and a couple others making cheap 6.5 Grendel ammo. So that's my take on 6 ARC. But it's a really awesome cartridge. It's really good.
I think it's going to show up in the PRS and the NRL world big this next year.
I mean, it's going to be okay out to 1,000. I'm just wondering if it's going to have enough energy past that.
I don't know. We'll have to see. I mean, I'm still up in the air. I do want to build one because I want to try it. It does look like a fun cartridge. But we'll have to see. I mean, I think if I was going to do one big build project this year, it's going to have to be the 37XC.
Oh, I would say the other thing I would say on 6 ARC T-Box, it's a really comfortable T-shirt. I should have them on tomorrow, and they can talk about 6 ARC, and they do both 6 ARC and 6.5 CRC.
T-Box out of Mesa, Arizona, aren't they?
I should know better. I don't recall.
Or was that the other company I was talking about?
I believe that's the other company.
Okay.
I think T-Box is out of Texas.
Oh, okay.
And Sergeant of Arms is Georgia, South Carolina, or Florida, one of those.
Gotcha.
Okay. The Hornady pronunciation makes me wonder how you pronounce hops number 9. So I've always pronounced it hoppies, but I know it's supposed to be hops. But what you can do is you can use Lucas products, and everyone knows how to pronounce Lucas.
They make good products.
I might have them on tomorrow or Thursday.
Okay. Another good company I would recommend for cleaning solution would be Breakthrough.
Yes. All right.
They're a Pacific Northwest company.
I've seen a box of some weird Swedish round from the 40s on the shelf the other day. Something like 363 SWM.
You got me on that one.
I'm thinking SWM could be the manufacturer.
I mean, I saw
So
some
since the
400
40s
cards the other day, but geez.
Okay, I'm gonna think of that. All right, so I guess let's go back. You know, we only talked about some of the new stuff that was released.
Let's go with Magpul. Let's talk about them.
Okay, Magpul released a bunch of stuff.
Honestly, I think Magpul is going to corner a market with that new PRS light stock.
Yes. All right.
I'm
Yay,
actually excited for that.
All right, so there's that ugly thing. I will try to have Zev come on and possibly talk about this. All right.
Oh, you talking about the folding?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had it on the screen. Duh.
Oh my god.
All right, so new stuff from Magpul. I guess let's knock out the easy stuff. So they have the 1030s, which is basically a factory 10-round option in a 30 round. So keep in mind that 40% of the people live in a banned state, and God forbid we might all be living in the banned state soon.
Right.
So it's a factory sealed 10-round magazine in the 30-round body. The question that pops up is, well, why don't you just get the shorter ones? And the longer mags, for easier to train with, you have more to hang on to, and you can lean up against the magazine if you really wanted to. So it just works a little bit better, plus it fits better into pouches and stuff. Really cool marketing that they're doing with this. It's like, this is the first product. This is a new product that we hope fails. So
I don't know. I might grab one just to try it. I still have an original Magpul magazine back from 2008 when they first came on the market, and I still use it.
Here's a video for it. I might have to pull it up on YouTube.
And now, introducing the first product that we hope to discontinue as soon as possible. Although we're getting closer and closer to restoring magazine freedoms to every state, in the meantime, we've created a dependable magazine while we're working with the legal challenges. The PMAG 1030 AR-M4 Gen M3 includes all of the same unique features found throughout our industry-leading Gen M3 line. We've added a proprietary lock plate that reduces the maximum capacity to 10 rounds. It's permanently secured by an aluminum rivet, and it includes a tab that's clearly marked for capacity as well. This ensures it maintains compatibility with both your mag pouch and your local restrictions. Once unjust magazine laws are history, this magazine will be too.
Cool.
So the only downfall with going out and testing magazines right now is you don't want to waste your primers and you don't want to waste your ammo.
Yes.
So,
although I might be wasting lots of primers and ammo soon, because I think my rare breed trigger came today.
oh, jeez.
All right, so that's that product. So that's new. Hopefully comes out soon. MOA K2 XL grip. This is new. So on this Ruger, you have the K2 grip.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have big paws, you have the K2 XL. So it's more upright. Now, is this the grippy one or no? Like, is that the rubber coated one or no?
I don't know. I know the XL is supposed to have a bigger palm swell on it.
Yes, this one is. So it's 25% bigger than the MOA K2. I believe the K2 Plus is the one that has the rubber overmolded.
Okay.
Honestly, so kind of going, I have smaller hands, so this doesn't apply to me. But it is more upright. I think it would be fine for an AR. But I think there are better grips out there. And for precision rifle, I wouldn't put this on there.
If we could show it, I would. I have that the Fab Gladius.
The Gratis.
Gratis on the 110 precision right now.
I like that grip. That would be my go-to grip in that range.
I just wish the palm swell was a little bit thicker on that one.
They do make another one. So I did ask FAB to come on. They haven't responded back.
Okay.
All right.
Maybe when they do, I'll try to mount something back here. We'll have that hanging up in the background.
All right. Third generation Magpul battle sights. So these are supposed to be smaller. 0.44 inch folded, 1.1 inch at widest point. Yeah.
A little bit of an upgrade, a little more slimmer. Once again, they're just an updated version of something that they already had new. Okay. This is great for somebody running PCC carbines.
Yes, or who has a Glock Magwell AR9.
Well,
with a rare breed trigger.
Oh Jesus, you're killing me.
So this is a 50-round Glock drum, and okay. So, but this one actually is made specifically for handguns, and not for PCCs. So for the PCCs, you want the shorter one.
Okay.
I think that's Amazon or somebody delivering. For PCCs, you want the shorter magwell. This one is for the Glock 17. So this is for full-size Glock pistol. So that's that guy.
It's cool, but are you gonna really want all that weight on your pistol? Come on.
Why do you climb Mount Everest? Because it's there. All right, and then the QR rail grabber. This is cool. So this fits on their bipod that has the 17S attachment, and this one attachment can attach to both Picatinny rails and Swiss Arca rails, which is cool.
This is something I do want to get and try because I am a fan of the Magpul bipods. I will say that.
Our Magpul QR rail grabber 17S style adapter for RRS, Arca, and Picatinny rails provides a compact, quick-release plate that's user-adjustable and compatible with products that use the ARM 17S style footprint. With the many mounting options out there, we've provided a solution that standardizes your connections as it can be used with either Picatinny or RRS Arca interfaces. It gives you a streamlined attaches and detaches, so you can focus on what's downrange. The QR rail grabber has a dual clamping mechanism that allows the bipod QR adapter to slim down to the rail it sits on. A serrated knob makes for easy manipulation and sits close to the body of the adapter and out of the way. Machined from mil-spec aluminum, it's rugged and stable, ready for your hard use. Though it was developed primarily for our line of Magpul bipods, our QR rail grabber is also compatible with most other bipods and accessories that use a 17S style interface. It's made in the USA.
Who uses the 17S? What is it?
Atlas.
Okay.
Atlas does, and oh god, who else does? There's another company the other night I was looking at. There's a company over in Britain that does. I can't remember what their name was.
Okay. So I think the whole point is they made one that works with both PIC rails and Arca is awesome. Now the question is, who still uses a Picatinny rail? I mean, it's pretty much going to be M-Lock anywho, but hey, it's a good option. And as long as it's going to be...
I'd much prefer using the Picatinny rail bipod and then having the Arca Swiss adapter. That way I have the best of both worlds instead of going straight M-Lock. Yeah,
plus you can also do a M-Lock to Picatinny attachment for most of them anyway. So that's actually awesome. I think it has the potential to save a lot of time and energy and hassles. All right, so I guess we left the big one. I guess the most impactful perhaps, which is the PRS light stock. Here, let's do the video first, then we can talk about it.
Okay.
Because you're really excited about this one.
2005, Magpul changed the definition of precision with the PRS Precision Adjustable Stock, which immediately became the benchmark for adjustability and accuracy, even more so as it evolved over the years to the PRS Gen 3. In 2007, the UBR, and later the UBR Gen 2, brought a repeatable cheek weld and fixed stock consistency to a rugged body that also became synonymous with dependability. In 2021, we're bringing together much of the same adjustability and features of the PRS Gen 3 and UBR Gen 2, but with the added benefits of significantly reduced weight and a price that's almost half of its fully featured counterparts. The PRS light stock was designed to military standards and is intended for carbine, SR-25, and A5 extension tubes for 223 and 308 receiver pattern rifles. It's 10 ounces lighter than the PRS Gen 3, providing an optimized shooter interface with 0.8 inches of comb height and 1.4 inches of LOP adjustments. The fixed cheek piece gives you a consistent and comfortable cheek weld, and the low-profile rubber butt pad adjusts for height and can for an extremely stable interface with your shoulder. The PRS Lite will be available by spring and is the versatile option when you're thinking about weight, adjustability, and price in your precision shooting platform.
Tum.
I'm really excited for this stock because I had the original Gen 1 UBR on my patrol rifle back in the day and absolutely loved that stock. So this kind of gives the best of both worlds for somebody who wants that precision style stock but doesn't want to spend that $300 price range.
Do you have the wrap stock?
Yes, I have the wrap stock.
Okay. So here's my take on this.
The wrap stock is good, but it does not work. It's not. You can put it on a chassis, and I had it on a chassis, and it wasn't that comfortable on a chassis.
Okay.
I think the cheek piece was a little further back than what I like. Be comfortable for the chassis. On an AR, it's fine. But this is so. What is going to put on your car? Oh, damn it! Oh, the wife got me. Oh man, I'm screwed.
Derek's in trouble.
Yep. What I like about it is I like that it has the pole. The pole comes from the bottom instead of out from the far back. That's what I loved about the UBR. And what I also like about this is a lot of people like having being able to change all their adjustments on the fly. But to be honest with you, when you're shooting in a PRS match, you are not going to want to adjust anything on that rifle. You're going to want to keep it consistent all the time. So to me, this is like the best of both worlds with this. And I'm really glad they came out with this stock.
Okay. So my take on it is they're going to sell a whole bunch of these. I do love the UBR because it was nice and solid. My take on it is, hell, it's going to be good. The only thing I don't like is the fact that you need a tool, and it's going to be interesting to see just how much of a tool that you're going to need in order to make the adjustments. Because if you need to adjust at any time, you're going to be switching, let's say, from prone or to the bench.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Also, it does look like it's a little long. So it might be just as long, if not a little bit longer than the wrap. Actually, what's the length of pull on here? Yeah, look at this. 13.85 to 15 and a quarter.
I don't know. I'm not. I just like the way this one is set up more.
It looks awesome. I'll give you that.
I like the wrap. Don't get me wrong. It's a nice stock.
They're different.
They are. And
this is probably going to be a little bit more solid. I will give you that. I mean, especially once you lock it down, it's going to be more solid.
Honestly, this is something I would want to build on like a 6GT. I'd want to use the stock on a 6GT gas gun over the wrap.
Yes.
And I would use Fab's grip. I want to get one of these grips in. I want to try it first before I can honestly say I would choose the Fab grip over this, because that's not fair. I don't know. Both companies make a lot of good stuff. I can't. Yes. It's hard to decide what one would go where. This would be my stock for the 6GT gas gun build.
Yeah. No, and you know what? I think that this would be a really good stock for people living in banned states, because I think if it's essentially fixed if you need a tool in order to adjust the length of pull and to adjust the comb height.
Yes. I agree with you on that. Or if you need to make it permanently fixed, it's not that hard to do some Loctite and you're done. So, I don't know. I'm really looking forward to that one. So, that is...
it'll be good. Now, the other thing is that Magpul announced they're finally...
The folding gun.
Well, no. Well, no, besides the folding gun, but they're finally close to shipping other stuff, which was the this guy, the PCC, so it's shorter. It's finally close to shipping because they announced this a while back. I think it was last year.
I don't remember.
They're one of those companies that they announce stuff and then hopefully soon they'll ship it.
I guess it was one of those things that didn't catch my eye because I don't have a PCC. So,
and then the other one is stocks for Ruger.
And I'll be honest with you, if I was going to get a PCC, I would get the Ruger PC9.
PC carbine.
The PC carbine.
Different guns. They're completely different.
Right.
So this thing is finally supposed to start shipping soon.
Okay.
which is the PC backpacker stock. So it's a replacement stock for the Ruger PC carbine.
Okay.
The takedown.
See, I want the one with the chassis system that from Midwest Industries.
Okay.
Eventually, once we
Look,
start getting
look,
primers in again.
it folds into itself, and it has a storage compartment there. Let's see. Do we have a video for this? There we go. Coming fall 2010.
Well, when we get done with the video, I'll say something.
In 2017, Magpul completely changed the way you look at your Ruger 1022 takedown with their X22 backpacker stock. Its minimalist solution for takedown pattern rifles provided valuable features that transformed how it can be carried and employed efficiently. But that's not the end of the trail for our backpacker line. For 2020, we made the Magpul PC backpacker stock with a Ruger PC carbine. It's the ultimate option for anyone who wants the same revolutionary X22 backpacker features and portability for their Ruger PC, chambered at 9mm or 40 Smith & Wesson. Like its smaller sibling, the PC backpacker stock has a unique locking interface to attach the barrel assembly to the stock body. The stock is fully featured with L-lock slots, interchangeable cheek risers, OSL compatible rubber butt pad. Like the X22 backpacker, there are multiple options for your sling attachments and plenty of extra storage. Water-resistant grip compartment and a cavernous space under the cheek riser, ideally suited for our PMAG 21 GL line. So whether you're packing up for a trip to the untamed West, or you're simply packing out for an afternoon hike, pack wisely.
Yeah. So that is finally supposed to ship. We'll see.
What I wanted to say was, it just made me remember, is a lot of people don't know that Magpul actually makes the chassis system for the Ruger Precision 22s.
Huh?
You didn't know that? If you go look on the box of the Ruger Precision Rimfire, you look on the bottom in the corner. It says chassis made by Magpul.
Okay, yeah, okay. I'm like, fuck, they sell something separate. So if you talk about they have the one for the Ruger 700.
The Remington 700, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, Ruger 700. Okay.
Yeah, trust me, I'd love to get a hold of one of those chassis systems I got.
Cool. Alrighty, so that's Magpul. Oh, well, no, there's that folding gun thing. Actually, we're going to save the folding gun thing because I think I'm going to try to get somebody from Zev or Magpul to come on.
Yeah, let's save that.
All right, so what else do we have? Magpul we talked about. Mossberg has an over-under. Maybe we'll have Nick talk about that because it's an over-under. Although I like shotguns, I just don't know. I can't talk about them. Apparently, but there's two of them. Fine, I'll pull it up. New products. Okay, so they have the Gold Reserve, which is for sporting, basically competition ready, and the Silver Reserve, which is okay. So Gold Reserve, adjustable comb height, length of pull, comes with a bunch of chokes, and it's pretty.
What's the price on this thing?
$1,200.
Oh, well, it's cheaper than a Browning. Okay.
Yep. And then we have the silver one, which is basically for hunting. And it is $700 MSRP, basically. Black walnut stock. And if it's black walnut, I'm assuming this is actually made by the same company that makes Wook stocks, because they make the wood stocks for Mossberg.
Oh, nice.
Basically, it is chrome line barrels, all that fun stuff. So Could be a decent gun. We'll see if Card Shark wants to review one. All right. Browning, we talked about. We talked about the 6.8 Western. We talked about Savage and the straight pulls. Loophole has the Delta Point Micro dot. I'm trying to see if we can get somebody from Loophole to come on, so we'll possibly save that.
Okay.
Vortex Fury HD binos.
Yeah, that is something I'm looking forward to. Damn, they got a 4-minute video.
What's up, everybody? Today we're going to talk about the Fury HD 5000 AB laser range-finding binocular. The Fury AB takes all the great range-finding performance and characteristics of the regular Fury HD 5000 and adds in an onboard ballistic solution via Applied Ballistics that can also pair with your phone via the Fury HD app or other third-party devices. Whether you're hunting or shooting, a range-finding binocular with ballistics on board combines many of the tools necessary for accuracy at distance into one device. You can obtain range, incline, decline, and environmental data all discussed in one single button on the Fury HD. All factors that can be calculated with accurate pressure for your elevation, which will right in the display of the binocular. Like we mentioned before, the Fury AB carries over all the same features that you get in the regular Fury HD 5000, like the fact that it's a 10x42, it's optical quality, the angle compensation, and ranging capability out to 5,000 yards. It also adds on a number of vital features for ballistic-specific performance, like a compass, thermometer, pressure sensors, and humidity sensors on board inside the unit. The Fury HD app is the easiest and most intuitive way to make adjustments to your Fury AB binocular, whether that's changing onboard settings, customizing, and
Derek, cover this one. I got to be right back.
syncing ballistics profiles, or connecting third-party Bluetooth devices like Kestrels or Applied Ballistics Northern devices.
Okay, Vortec launched these new binoculars. Actually, updated the ones they had, the Fury 5000s. Now they're Fury 5000 HDs, and they act with the Applied Ballistics, which is nice. SIG came out with these style binoculars last year in the Kilo 3000s. Honestly, I like the feel of the Fury 5000s better over the 3000s myself. And when I saw them make the announcement of these the other day, I was actually really excited for it. And they actually have their own ballistic apps for it and everything else. What's nice is they pair with the Kestrel. They also pair with weather flow meter, and they also pair with your phone. So what's nice is you can get your dope ranging at a competition or anything like that. You get your dope right there on the screen, automatically goes to your phone, automatically goes right to your Kestrel. Now you can also pair these to a Kestrel hub, which is really nice. So all your dope could be right there at your rifle by the time you lay back down on the ground to get to your rifle. It's really more and more technology coming out in the shooting field. I like it, but at the same time, I have a feel that people are going to be more reliable on a computer than using your own basic math.
That's what we do.
I know. I mean, the nice thing about these is you can cut 2 pieces of equipment out of your backpack. You can cut your rangefinder and you can cut your spotting scope. Because this has the same, if I remember right, these have the same HD glass as the Razors. Mm-hmm. Might even be the UHD glass. I haven't really checked. And then on top of that, you can cut your rangefinder. So this does range out farther than the Vortec Razor 4K that I have. But it just has a lot of nice features that I really like. And with the warranty that Vortex has, I think it's gonna hit the market with a lot of serious Vortec users. The price is a little pricey at $19.99. Definitely more expensive than the SIG, but for what you get out of it, you are definitely getting a better warranty, because SIG only warranties their electrics for like 3 to 5 years, if I remember right.
And Vortex also has tripods.
Oh, their new shooter tripods. Yes. I read a little bit of information on these the other night. It's supposed to be carbon fiber. I think there's like 2 or 3 different models of them. They look interesting. Price range at, I think, between $1,000 and $1,200.
I have them up on the screen. It's $1,200.
Yeah, I think they overshot the MSRP on it myself. To be honest with you. So, but if it has the same warranty as any other Vortex product, then like their other tripods do, then I'm thinking it could be worth it.
So, I mean, the max load on the head is 44 pounds, so that is something. Yeah, that'll be interesting. So it looks like they have... No, that one has a leveling head, 1,100, and they have an aluminum one for $299.
Yeah, their new Ridgeview one is going to be replaced. Was supposed to be replacing, I think, the Pro GTs.
Okay.
So,
like I said, I am interested in the spare binos. It is interesting.
Like I said, the MSRP is what's going to get a lot of people. But when you look at the warranty part of it,
well, it's cheaper than the loopholes that had the rangefinder with no applied ballistics.
True.
So, yep. Very cool. Oh, so yeah, range on a reflective target, it's 5,000 yards. On the tree, it's 2,400. On a deer, it's 1,600. So I'm actually thinking the SIG might have actually better range.
The SIG only goes to 3.
Yeah, but on what kind of a target? That's the thing. So I mean, here it's
reflective.
5,000 on a reflective.
They do 3,000 on a reflective.
But then more practical.
I mean, what's going to get a lot of people is going to be the price.
Yeah,
there's an $800 price gap. So
that is true. All right, good stuff. All right, so then there's also 50 new scopes from Crimson Trace. And there's some new guns from Taurus and Heritage, but I might get somebody from Crimson Trace to come on, and I know that Taurus wants to come on, so okay. I think we'll leave those for those. And quite honestly, we've been on for over 4 hours, and okay. I am poofed.
Okay, and what time are we coming back on tomorrow for day 2?
So we have scheduled right around the same time. So I'm thinking do right around 4 o'clock as well, and kind of keep it along the same format. Might do it a little bit earlier if I have confirmations of more companies who want to come in a little bit earlier. So we'll do that. And then, of course, tomorrow's inauguration. So we shall see.
No one cares about the inauguration.
Absolutely. All righty. So that was fun.
Yeah.
That was really good. What's your big takeaway? What's your big takeaway? What are you most excited about from the stuff that we've covered?
Oh man, learned a lot about Track. I'm actually looking forward to possibly working with them now. Ruger was nice. It was cool talking with Ruger. Hopefully, I'll be working with them more this year, along with Savage. Got to throw Savage out there. But no, it was all fun. I mean, it was something definitely different. I enjoyed it. I think this is a great way for companies to reach out to people, and it brings on something different because I didn't see a lot of other content creators doing this.
No. If you had more time to prep, it would be even better. But no, this was actually good, and I'm actually glad we had more time so we can actually have a decent discussion with the people instead of just kind of rushing right through. So like I said, we do have more companies. There's a bunch of companies who are in it, and I think just kind of having it during SHOT Show week is actually going to be good. I did find it helpful with Mark to honestly, what I'm really excited about is if they're soliciting questions for a large pew pew blaster.
That's going to be interesting. That is going to be really interesting.
You heard it here first, folks.
Something that starts with a 5.
Something that starts with a 5, but not a 4, but a 5.
And honestly, I wouldn't care if it was magazine fed or single shot.
Yeah. So make sure if you're just popping on right now, want to know what we're talking about, watch the replay and go back and watch the Ruger interview that we did with Mark Gurney. Obviously, Ruger is always looking for feedback and advice from the community. So I'm really happy that they're open to doing a true Magnum or a small cannon or the largest legally possible caliber.
Right. I mean, I think that's going to be interesting. And then if you actually do the 37XC on the Ruger platform.
Yes.
Because I honestly think I'm going to do it on a Savage platform.
That would be really cool. And we'll take it out into the desert and see what we can do with it.
Yes. Desert. We got the high altitude here where I live. It would be actually be fun to do both, to be honest with you. So we can capture the load data between them.
Very cool. And like I said, and I'm actually interested in the straight pull Savage. I'm looking forward to seeing how that's going to work out, and we'll do that.
I'm looking forward to it. I don't know. I wasn't too happy about the caliper choices at the start, but we'll see what happens.
Awesome. And it looks like your spouse is excited to see what Ruger is going to do. So you need a 50.
She's been wanting a 50 for a while. Trust me, we had her eyes on an Armalite 50 before we moved here, actually, to Montana. She wanted one. So she wants a 50 really bad, and I think if Ruger does it, I'm gonna have to buy the Ruger 50.
And it's gonna be reasonably priced.
I'm hoping. I think if they can compete with Serbu, in that category, I think they got a real good shot at it.
Yeah,
because Serbu's got the RN50. You can get it with the heavy barrel, the stock, and the bipod and everything with a 30 MOA rail for $2,100.
Yeah.
But honestly, I think if Ruger can do it, a bolt action single shot like Armalite did, and keep it under or around $2,000, I think they got a market.
Oh, absolutely. Very cool. All right. So if you guys are joining late, Derek, thank you for joining me. There is a link to his channel in the description below, along with his channel that he's going to be uploading on Odyssey, because Facebook and people censor us. Yes. And like I said, I did have the rare breed trigger that came in today, and there's going to be some content that I'm only going to put up on Odyssey because that is going to get quickly demonetized and quickly kicked off of the YouTube platform. So that's going to be a really good outlet for things such as accessories, machine gun stuff, suppressors, reloading stuff, because technically reloading and showing people how to hand load ammunition is against YouTube's terms of service. So it was a fun 4.25 hours, and we shall see you tomorrow. As always, thank you for watching. Keep on squatting, and I'll see you in the next video.
And see you guys in day 2. Catch you guys all later.
All right.